in general keeps calling to me or finding its way to me, and I'm in the process of discovering exactly what it means and what to do with it.
That's really
Excellent.
cool. Well, let me just say, citrine is a lovely stone, and of course, much like blues stone before us, we have a lovely theme of orange, reddish, stones, very seasonal, very autumn. Um, and but yeah, no, citrine is a great stone. I will say, for a gray school context, just a little bit of trivia. Of course, it's an orange stone, and it's actually used in the class rings the gray school has put out
Oh, okay.
for the performance magic department apprentices. Of course, that's my major, and so my class ring has that on it. I've always been very fond of citrine, and it makes me think of the school and the performance magic department in particular. So, don't know if that's helpful to you, but hey, it's something to think about if it keeps appearing.
No,
Anyway,
no detail is useless or extraneous. I will take that under consideration.
well,
With that alignment, I would think that it would be very much a communication stone.
yes, yes, definitely communication. So
The interesting thing being that orange is not a personal color for me that I could wear and look good in it. It's not one of my favorite colors. But the sunstones that come to me almost always have yellow and orange and reddish tones to them. It's one of
Yeah.
the
Oh,
times I've been drawn to that color scheme.
and we're live, and we're live. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So you caught us in the middle of a discussion about favorite stones and what they mean. We just discussed sunstones, and now we're also talked about citrine. So, uh, so that's wonderful. Yeah, so we believe it's a communication stone, so it's a really great stone there. So hey, let me. So, Prefect Corvus Umbra, why don't you go ahead and continue this discussion we started?
Sure. One of the stones that I've always been attracted to was turquoise, amethyst, and the jasper stone. It took me a while to realize that turquoise was actually a stone for Sagittarius, and I love how valued it was amongst the Native Americans because they used it into a lot of trade and they used the energy of the turquoise a lot. Another stone that I like the amethyst. I don't know why I'm attracted to amethyst. I end up getting a lot of amethyst. I think it's maybe because my favorite color is purple, and that might have something to do with it. But it really resonates me, and it helps with your spirituality and your metaphysical work. Quartz too. That's clear quartz. That's a great amplifier for any magical purposes too. And then the red jasper, I just love holding it and the power that it represents. To me, it's like a deep red color, and there's just a lot of power to it, and I just love it.
I'm sorry, which was that one? The red one?
Red jasper.
Oh, red jasper. Okay, okay. Well, no, those are some lovely stones. You said amethyst. You said clear quartz. I believe you said red jasper. Those are all very, very wonderful stones. I know that recently I've been dipping my toes into the interesting and fiddly little world of energy grids, and of course, one of the things that's very common in that practice is to take a pointed crystal, often a clear quartz, and kind of put that in the center as a sort of the beacon, sort of a center for the energy and for which everything else to move through. So I've been certainly thinking a lot about that and doing that with my work. And of course, I've also had the occasion myself to kind of create a travel altar. I believe within the school, at least in the when I took it, there was a staff and scroll class, and it talked a little bit about the wizard's kit, which is sort of like a travel kit for you to do magical work with, and it sort of acted as my sort of altar on the road. So I had been putting different stones to kind of keep elemental correspondences, because hey, it's really easy to put a green, yellow, blue, and reddish kind of stone in there, and it's like, okay, you got your elements right there. So playing with those kinds of stones has been really helpful, and of course I've been using clear quartz, sort of the neutral one, the center point, the energy amplifier, and all of that. So I think that's really cool. All right. So Captain, are you picking up what we're laying down? What do you think? Do you have a favorite stone?
So I I have all kinds of favorite stones. Um, the favorite stone that I have, it's a pi stone. So I've been working my way through these things called the Moon Eye Key Rites, and this shamanic healer sent me a bag of stones, and with it came a pi stone. It's shaped like a circle with a hole through it. It's maybe an inch and a half in diameter and like quarter of an inch thick. Um, and I can't tell what the stone is. It looks like it might be a granite or maybe a marble. Um, but for like specific stones, this is just because of the shape and where it came from. It's the one that I carry around. I've actually got it set into my hat, so it just like sits in a leather band on the brim. But I've got many stones on my property now. I've told you about a sweat lodge that I have, and so I've been gathering all the stones on the property. If I do a little bit of gardening work, any of the stones, I don't like, even if they're like thumb sized. I've been bringing them over to this. I've got a rock garden now with I just all kinds of river stones, and I just with my sister this morning picked up some granite stone from the side of the road, like fist sized, square and rectangular and shaped stones to use those. I've got this one stone. It is this massive stone that came out of our basement. Um, I'm not even sure what the weight on it was. It hurt trying to get it out of our basement. It's got to be between 75 and 100, 125 pounds. It's this massive, like, stair. And so I took it to the corner of our driveway, and I've got it standing up because, I'm working my way through through the Order of the Bards, Ovates, and Druids, their courses as well. And I've got a lot of Celtic in me, and so I love standing stones. So I've got this huge standing stone out at the edge of my driveway.
Nice.
I'm a fan of all stones because they're just good for so many things. Like I've been working, professor. Believe it's with Dean Umbra now. I just finished up the dark arts. No, was it the dark arts? Yeah, the dark arts class, 200. You're supposed to make a defensive magic kit, and I put some stones in there. I have to actually write down the meanings of the correspondences to the stones because I forget them. As soon as I read them, I forget them. So I've got like a little note paper of what the stone is useful for and why I've got it in my magical defensive kit. I don't know. I love stones. I like carrying them in my pocket. I like holding them. And my son, he's 1 year old. He's got a favorite stone that he was out walking around the other day. He picked up this one stone. He picked it up and he started chewing on it. And he carries it around with him. It rides around in the car when he's in the car. Like my wife and I keep bringing it to him so that he can hang on to this one stone that he really seemed pleased with.
Nice.
Yes,
It's the best kind of pet.
right? A pet rock, man. Like it doesn't mess. It doesn't go far. It's pretty.
It's always there, always listens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What more could a young man ask for in a friend?
It's true. It's true.
And is always ready to defend you.
Yes.
Yeah, that too. That too. Oh man, but oh man, that's really wonderful. Yeah, It sounds like you've given Rocks and Stones a great number. A great amount of course, being of the Stones Lodge, I have a great love of standing stones and sort of stone monuments myself, and it sounds like you've been working a lot with stones, and I love that you got to teach them while they're young. You get the kids interested in rocks and stones, so I think that's really cool.
Heck yeah.
In my own local community and sort of corner of the world, there was a lot of the magic hubs were sort of very interested in stones. We had a number of metaphysical shops, and of those, a good number of them were very stone-centric, which I thought was interesting. And, some of them, unfortunately, ended up closing due to some combination of COVID and, kind of greedy landlords, Well, yeah, they kind of did some really weird stuff to some of our businesses. I was very upset about that. But in any case, yeah. So I think that's really cool. There's a lot of history all around us in formations of stones and their individual energies and how they're made and all that. And there's going to be a workshop later in the day about just that. So please stay tuned for that. We're gonna get into a little deeper into stones and where they come from and how they're made and all that stuff. So that's gonna be a lot of fun. But I suppose the only one who hasn't shared is me. So I'll go ahead and let everyone know my own favorite stone. So a stone near and dear to my heart is called a moss agate. It's a beautiful little green stone, and it was I really like it for a number of reasons. Of course, green is my favorite color, and it's if you want to use the sort of chakra model, of course that's associated with the heart chakra, so sort of emotive and so it's very grounding, very centering, very nice. I like to have it near me. The very first pendulum I ever had was actually made of the stone, and that's kind of where I think that my love initially came from, because my first pendulum was a moss agate. But I think it's just a pretty little stone, and I like it. But I like a lot of different stones. Of course, I'm a Capricorn. I was born in January, so my birthstone is garnet. So that's a lovely little stone. I'm very fond of petrified wood. I think it's really cool that something that used to be part of a plant is now rock. It's essentially fossilized. That's always been fascinating to me, and I like having it nearby because it's a little piece of the forest you can kind of put in your pocket and carry with you, and I just think that's cool. But there's a lot of really neat stones out there in the world, and I have a great love for many of them. But those are a couple of my favorites, and thank you for telling me about yours.
There, as people were talking, I do have another favorite stone. However, it doesn't like me.
Oh no!
I have purchased this stone 3 different times, and all 3 of them within a week vanish. Just vanish. Petrified wood, which is, an entire argument over whether it's a rock. It's a rock now. It was wood, now it's a rock. They're both earth, it's fine. I love how it looks. I love the energies of petrified wood. And I cannot own it. And I'm like, has anyone else ever had that kind of thing, where there was a stone they were just fascinated with, and it refuses to stay in their vicinity?
You know, I can't say that I can think of any rock that has rejected me like that. Although I will say my grandmother has had a similar experience with some plants, specifically violets. I think African violets, that they always tend to wilt and die very quickly after she owns them.
No matter what she does.
Yeah, and you know she isn't a bad gardener. Like I've never, I never thought of her as a particular black thumb, but African violets in particular have that experience. So I think there is something to be said for that sort of energetic pattern, because I've seen it firsthand in my own family, and yeah, it's really interesting. It sounds like I accidentally cut someone off, so please go ahead and speak up and say what you were thinking. I'm sorry if I jumped over.
No, you're fine. I actually had the opposite. Venus had bought me some moldavite, and I accidentally ruined over it. So I kept it in like a little tiny jar, and it's so tiny, and I'm always scared that I'm gonna lose it. But it's odd because I always find it no matter how many times the jar gets knocked over, it gets spilled out. It's just always there.
Nice. Another reaction I've had with stones is bloodstone. What I'll do is when I get a new stone, I carry it around with me and get to know the stone. Bloodstone makes my arm ache depending on which side of my body it's on. I felt like I was having a heart attack at work one time and realized it was the stone, and luckily I worked with a friend and I went, take it, it's trying to kill me. Because I changed it to the other side, and that side, you start getting the pains in your shoulder and down your arm, and I was like, it's trying to kill me, take it away. I can't handle or work with bloodstone. It's bizarre. The stones are fascinating. Everybody's like, oh, it's a rock. No, there's so much to them. I'm really looking forward to your workshop. Prefect Mason. I love stones.
Well, glad to hear it. Stones are pretty fantastic. No. But yeah, no, those are that's some interesting stories. Actually, I forgot to share another stone near and dear to my heart, and in fact, it is quite related to some of the work I'm doing for the Stones Lodge right now. In fact, this might be a fantastic transition to talk about stone systems, in the terms of the lodge. But one great stone that I didn't talk about today is the lodestone, which is sort of a naturally magnetic rock, and it's very popular in a lot of magic and spell work. In various traditions, I know hoodoo use it quite a bit. It's popular for attracting money and other things, and it also has a number of associations with, of course, setting goals and accomplishing them, because things are attracted, right? So I really like the lodestone, both for its look and its properties, but also sort of for the narrative metaphor of the lodestone, attracting things. So big fan of that one myself. I don't know if anyone else has ever worked or owned lodestone.
What about flint? I love flint.
Oh, flint is awesome.
Ooh,
That's
flint. It's so weird that something in nature is able to do that. Flint is cool.
Hematite. It has a lot of the same working physical work with it properties as flint. You can make arrowheads out of obsidian just like you can flint.
Yeah, obsidian is wild. Out north.
Now, did you ever see the oh man, the obsidian knife gag? That one's fantastic. I love that one.
I don't think I've seen that one. I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, there's a video online that actually tells this sort of story, and I don't want to give away the punchline, but it's very funny. I posted it in the Stones Lodge some months back, but it's basically this guy talking about, it's like how to kill a geologist. It's like, oh, I don't have any personal problems with geologists, but But if I wanted to kill one, it would be very easy. And he talks about this very elaborate plan where he, he attracts the geologist with because he shows him an obsidian knife. He's like, "You'll be compelled to approach me," and he's having the conversation. Yeah, so it was really funny. I'm gonna pull the link up and share it. It's perfectly appropriate for our server, so I could go ahead and share that. But yeah, I really love that one. That one made me laugh a lot.
Oh, wow!
Just be careful.
What's up?
Anyone working with it needs to be careful because when it shatters, I mean, it was the original razors. In ancient times, their surgeries, they used that because it breaks into this amazingly sharp edge that you'll think you barely touched it, and then it's like, how long is this going to take to stop bleeding?
Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is now part of our morning announcements. Everyone is going to watch this, and we're going to discuss this. So, yes, please enjoy this. Be sure to put this link in the description of the stream.
Where'd you send it? You put it in the chat there, didn't you? I am posting it into our... Medea talked about a Georgia gilding stone.
Oh.
Guiding stone.
Oh, it gets me every time.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny.
Yes, I remember I posted this in the Stones Lodge forum. It was how to kill a Stones Lodge member, an animation. And I'm like, I probably shouldn't. We can't let this get out, guys. We can't let them
Too
know.
late.
Oh no!
Too
What have I
late.
done? What have I done?
We now know to watch for bats. That's okay. I have several sitting around my house. I don't believe in having a loaded weapon in my home, but bats are fine.
Yeah.
Might I recommend a lightsaber for you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what? I completely forgot. You know, that's the thing. In the lore of Star Wars, lightsabers, they use a crystal to power them. So
The kyber crystal, yes.
That is a Stonesian weapon. That is, yes.
That is.
Stones Lodge. I mean, you say, oh, it's like a plasma sword. It's fire. No, it's powered by a crystal. Haha.
Yup.
Oh, it's a light sword, hence lightsaber.
Yep. Yep. No. I think that's really cool. That's really cool.
I got a couple of replicas, and I had to stop myself from getting a lot more of them.
Oh, you know what? I gotta tell you about, the pool of weapons is, it knows no class or social station or lodge of the school, but I could tell you there are people who go through phases like that. My brothers did. One of them is a Taurus, and would be in Stone's Lodge were he in the school. The other one is, I want to say, Libra? So air. But yeah, they had a little period of time where they would constantly be buying weapons and replicas for movies and anime and television, and they would buy those like wooden practice swords. They would just beat each other in the backyard. They were in their 20s. I don't know what to tell you. They had money for the first time in their life, and they started to buy strange things. They couldn't help it. I just kind of watched, and I'm like, wow, okay, well, I guess this is what we're doing.
The way I was raised, pocket knife collection.
Oh, my grandfather had quite a pocket knife collection. Actually, I ended up getting a lot of knives from him after he passed. I've recently taken up whittling, so actually going through some of those old knives has been useful. I'm mostly buying new ones for that exact purpose, but I know once I get a decent sharpening kit, I can sharpen up some of those. And, there you go. Wood carving and whittling. It's a fun hobby. I like it.
You started to say something, Apprentice Fred.
Oh, just back to the lightsabers. I believe that's now an official sport in France. The sparring with lightsabers. Waiting for it to become an Olympic sport.
Well, there's a group here in Portland that meets up to do lightsaber.
Oh, they're all over. Yes.
And then there's other groups that actually set swords on fire and duel with those. But that's fire.
That's nutty. Now I've heard of Muggle Quidditch. You know, that where they would like.
Oh no!
They set up on those brooms and they do the sport there, but I've never heard of lightsaber battles. Now I guess it's technically just sort of a slightly fantasy aligned to science fiction, I suppose.
It's HEMA,
version of fencing,
historical
right?
European martial arts.
Yes, yeah. Oh yeah, it's HEMA supported. Okay.
Oh, their regalia is totally on for the movies, and yeah, they take it very seriously. There's rules and everything. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I'm not as informed about sort of the deeper intricacies of Star Wars lore as I would like, but I do know that there are like specific forms and like lightsaber, what I guess you'd call it martial arts, where like one has a different focus than another and one's better at this or that. And there's a lot of stuff like that. It's interesting. Like I remember during the prequel trilogy, I want to say it's Count Dooku is the character, the one who has the sort of bent lightsaber. It's sort of like a saber.
Curved hilt.
And they, and they kind of go, and there's a whole form dedicated to that. It's sort of a duelist, for taking down one-on-one opponents, and it was super specialized for that, and that's why his particular lightsaber is bent compared to other characters.
Yeah, there's 7 forms in canon.
Excellent. The knowledge we gain at every move.
Yes. I was just impressed that I knew that. I was like, oh, I know a thing.
Right.
I'm like, wow. But yes, 7 forms. That's. Woo.
And I mean, like realistically, for a human that is not a Jedi to do most of the forms, doesn't really make sense. You're not going to leap 20 feet in the air or do a 30-yard roll or something, but it's still, at least philosophically, interesting to note that there are those 7 distinct styles.
Well, not with that attitude, you're not.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, but no. No.
What do you mean I can't deflect bullets?
Oh man. So we're about 20 minutes out from our first event after our announcements. So I guess I'll leave it to everyone here. Do you want to keep the old ball rolling for what we're doing now? Give more people a chance to show up, or do you want to move on?
I would like to see if we can.
Go ahead.
I would like to see about doing a quick 10-minute break so I can go refill my water.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, let's reconvene in 10 minutes and see how we feel then.
I was going to say, let's split the difference. Let's do 10 of. That gives people time to log in, but also keeps us moving a little ahead of schedule.
Yeah,
Sure.
I think that's perfectly fine. And we'll catch up at the break. We have a break at our, what is it, 1, 2?
You're the one who made the schedule. You should know.
He made it. I made the note card. Neither one of us has it open.
Yeah.
Wait, there's a note card?
Yeah,
The other group had note cards posted everywhere. I didn't see one.
Yes. Yeah, the break is at 1 p.m. Yeah, see right here, this little right here is the note card giver. So if you see this little button, you can press here. It'll give you a note card, and that'll have our full schedule there. My apologies for for not catching everybody up to speed on that one. That was my fault. But yeah, so we have a break at 1 p.m. So we'll, even if we do get a little ahead of schedule, we'll catch up then.
Perfect.
That'll
All right.
work.
I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah. Yep.
Be back in 10 minutes.
Yep. See you in 10.
I'm gonna go refill my coffee right quick. So, Prefect Mason, I heard that you sort of added more to your lodge.
Sounds like he may not be here at this moment in time.
I am back.
Hello, welcome back. Is everyone here?
I just saw Venus come online. Would somebody be kind enough to teleport her here?
Oh, of course, of course, of course.
Yes, they are over at the dock. Good morning, Perplex Venus. How are thee? It's a fun day.
Hello, 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 hello.
It takes time to. Okay, we can hear background noise, Venus.
Sorry.
There you are.
Ah, there you are. Wonderful. Welcome to the Stone Celebration. Glad you're here.
Yeah, I have like Mickey Mouse in the background. Let me try to make it my own.
Okay, no problem. Well, well,
We had talked about it. I like to have people move to a new location for different parts.
yeah. Where would you like to host the next section? The next section is your workshop, Blue.
Yes, it is. Let's wander into the main plaza.
Okay.
Oh no, let's go to the
Oh
clubhouse.
no! Oh no! You caught some air, Fred. Fred.
I think
I don't even know how that happened.
It's the table.
Yeah, that's the table. Sometimes when you get off of the sitting position, you'll just catch some air on some
So I
parts
just
of that table.
stood up with such fury that I launched up to the ceiling.
So
I-
enthused.
Yeah, I appreciate that enthusiasm. Gotta be honest. I love to see it. I love to see it. Woo!
Be jumping around. Yes, I always make if one of the checks I do on my costume, on my outfit, avatar's outfits. It's if I.
Where are we going?
Okay, I will wander off and find peeps.
Okay.
We're
Because
coming.
that's just one of my things. I don't
We're
like.
coming.
Can we just teleport them all?
We're coming.
That's too easy. That's too easy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's
Yeah. Yep.
Captain.
Ah, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Where do I find a robe? I don't hate my current outfit, but I don't know what to do about a robe.
Now the one I'm wearing now, this was a gift. I forgot exactly the story. I can find that out for you though, if you want one just like this. They were going for kind of a Harry Potterish motif. So there's if you just want a robe in green, red, blue, that kind of yellow.
I'm waters, so blue would be helpful.
Yeah. If you just want a blue, if you want just this robe but in blue, they do have that.
Okay. Is it free? Do I have to pay for it?
I think you would have. I think you would have to pay for it. I got mine for free, but that's because it was a gift. I think it actually cost Linden.
Not a problem.
And off to the right is a door leading upstairs. And then we have one more person.
Mac, any chance I could swap seats with you?
Swap seats with me. It's Captain Matt and Rose.
Change places. Well, actually, this is one of those chair spawning tables. So as more people sit down, you're going to probably shift position anyway.
Okay, cool. I wanted to face the pictures so that I'm not in the picture when I take it. Also, where'd all the lights go?
I'm not sure.
Okay, but that's not just me.
I'm not sure because okay, because I know sometimes sun position on the sim changes erratically. But yeah, it just kind of depends.
Okay.
Oh.
Did I lose you? There you go.
Perfect.
And background noise is the bane of moods.
Hey there.
I'm forgetting to do my processional walk. Walk 10 steps and 10 steps and here.
Fantastic. All right, looks like I think this is everyone. So away we go.
Just take a chair. Should automatically populate. Right click and sit. Huh. There we go. Well, it moved, but it didn't make a new chair.
Oh no.
Let's try that once. Try sitting there, Venus, and see if that'll. Oh. Thingies here, my thingies.
Blue, since you're presenting, do you want to just stand in that open spot?
Yeah. Oh,
Perfect.
Okay. Our note cards. 2 note card giver. Note 1 and note 2. See, that's mine. we still got 4 more minutes. We said 10 minutes. Getting into each other.
Well, you know what? Prefect Venus. When are you there? Are you on mic?
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and put you on the spot now. No, I'm teasing. I'm teasing. But when we were talking about everyone's favorite stones before you came in, I was curious if I could hear that. Do you have a favorite rock? Why do you like it? What's your favorite stone?
Oh. Like, it really depends on what I'm going for. Like, I wear, when I can, a serpentine, but usually my 10-month-old steals it away from me, so I don't get to wear it much. I am a fan of rose quartz and have been since, like, the beginning of my path. Just for the, the self-love, sometimes you need a little extra. But, I don't know. I would have to really think about that. There's a lot of them.
That's all right. That's all right. Not a problem. I just thought we had a lot of really interesting conversations this morning as we were kind of asking around about everyone's favorite stone, and I didn't get a chance to ask you, so I thought that would just be something fun to do while we let everyone get here and we get ready for our next workshop.
Totally. Like, I love crystals. So, for, like, you can even ask Corvus, like, that is my thing right there. She even bought me a book one time it was a book of crystals. Because I had it before.
Yeah. You know, there's like a little collection of like metaphysical library and reference materials, and I think there was like 2 or 3 crystal Bibles in this nice little set. I keep telling myself one of these days I'm gonna get the set, but I never have.
Yeah, like I said, it all really just depends on what I'm looking for and what I'm wanting to achieve in my certain part of my life.
Well, I think that's very wise. So no, I mean, you gotta always use the right tool for the job. So I think that's but yeah, rose quartz. That wasn't an answer we got today, and I think you're right. You definitely sometimes you need that, and yeah, I need to dig up one of my rose quartz. I haven't worked with it for a minute.
Like above my door, I have a selenite, tourmaline, and a citrine.
Oh yeah, we did have a talk about citrine earlier. Yeah, citrine was the belle of the ball. Let's say it was a hit today. I think it's so funny that Mickey Mouse Clubhouse is because we're in the clubhouse. Like, no, Mickey, this is our clubhouse. Get out. No, Mickey can join if he wants. It's okay. He seems like a good fella.
When I turn it off, my 10-month-old will yell at me a lot.
Yeah, when I remember, when my niece was little, we watched Mickey Mouse Clubhouse all the time. So that's I was like, that's Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. I know that.
I know that.
Do you watch any Bluey?
Mine does. She watches a lot of
Oh, I've seen Bluey. Yeah, she was really into Bluey for a while. I remember that too. I don't know if she's
I love that show.
Blues Clues.
I loved Blue's Clues as a kid.
Oh, Blue's Clues. Yeah, that's kind of a throwback.
Come on, computer. Okay, my computer froze. So. If you lose me, I'll be back.
That's quite all right. You know where we'll be.
The little spinning blue circle saying you have clicked too many times.
You don't have to worry, Blue. It's not like we could have the workshop without you.
Point.
You're kind of holding the keys to the car here.
Yes. I has the power.
Yes. Yes. Wisely. Wisely.
All right, Provost. So he's talking about having our own agency and exercising our power, but doing it wisely. And all that. Computer.
I suspect it's going to take a minute for Blue to come back because she has kept on the mic well beyond logging out, which tells me something went a little bit screwy in the code.
It sounded like dial-up for a moment.
Oh God! We were talking about throwbacks earlier. I don't want to go that far back. No. That sound still haunts my dreams. I remember the wide-eye look of my aunt's godkids when I had to explain to them when I was a kid and in school. We used encyclopedias instead of the internet because it was faster.
Oh.
Yeah.
I remember I was a kid. I must have, 7 or 8 years old. We got a new computer, and it came with a free multi-CD Encyclopedia Britannica or Grolier or whatever it was.
Yeah. The encyclopedias on CD-ROM. Yeah.
Yup. And I'm just like, I thought these were on books, and I never really had to use a book. And for a while, I'd see, on TV, buy your encyclopedia sets, or it's a point of privilege or a badge of honor to have an encyclopedia set at home. And I'm just like, that is not efficient at all. I never had.
No, I remember.
I never really had the joy or privilege of using an encyclopedia in a time before it was accessible either online or at least on a CD.
Yeah, I didn't have a personal set, I don't think, but I do remember, going to libraries and stuff. Although I do, as far as encyclopedias are concerned, I do remember my brother telling me recently that when he helped one of his friends move, she just had a single encyclopedia volume in her library and he's like, these are heavy and you don't need these all. Why do you just have E?
Oh, not like a single edition, a single letter. Oh no.
Yes.
Oh no.
Had E in her library. It's like, there's no way you just need E. And you keep in mind that is like a very important vowel, like E. So usually in these encyclopedia sets, E is like 3 volumes. I think she only had 1.
Oh, that's not helpful.
Not even slightly.
I mean, I can see like if you have the Futhark runes and maybe you have a Thurasaz rune and you just hang on to that rune with you because it's important to you. But I fail to see how that's applicable in like an encyclopedia where like the E is specifically meaningful to you. I don't.
Well, I'm actually thinking about it. Like, if you want to take like a chaos magic approach, it's like, okay, well, you compare the Latin letter E to the rune, and it's like, well, we have to get the message across. It's yelling, it's screaming at you. Therefore, metaphorically, you make a poppet. And then you just beat that poppet over the head with the E encyclopedia, so the message gets sent in. So it's like, E, E, E. There you go.
Today is brought to you by the letter E. Bam, bam, bam.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, that's not how those children's shows work. I'm so sorry.
No, it's ha ha ha.
Hello. How you doing?
Hello. I'm back.
Wonderful, wonderful.
We had turned to violence in your absence. I apologize.
Apparently so.
I may have steered the discussion in that direction, and
You may or may
willing
not
to
have had a little
accept
something.
I'm willing to accept 100% of the responsibility for that.
Well, you knew when you left you couldn't leave me unsupervised.
Right? Well, I did point that a pet rock can also be a protection. So I may have not have started that line of thought myself. So.
All I'm saying is everyone else here is elected leadership. You are all in positions of power, and yet I was able to do that. Shame on all of you.
Well, we just leave you to your own devices. It's okay. We're just here as a referee.
But
Fair enough.
as apprentice leadership, we represent our apprentices. So, or apprenticee. Actually, Provost answered that at one point. It's apprentices.
Why would it be anything else?
I don't know, simply because I like to say put an I on stuff.
Fair enough.
Because octopus is a single and a plural, but I like saying octopi just to see who gets twitchy.
Oh, like rhinoceri.
Yeah. Exactly. Creating new words is a duty. The teachers of the future.
Are you laughing because you said duty?
I am.
Oh no.
Wait. Oh no. This is even
Everything's
worse than
fine.
I thought. You are the apprentice leadership.
We are, right?
Yes,
No, actually,
okay.
I was singing the theme to the Lego song, the Everything is Awesome song, while I was rebooting, so it kind of took me down a deep place. But I am.
Oh no.
Okay, well, yay! Thank you for coming. Yes, wonderful. I'm excited.
You never
We
know.
have a
what we'll
presentation on the Craggle.
talk- Right. Never use the crackle. The crackle is bad. So are we back? As in transmitting live?
Oh, we never stopped.
Yep.
We never stopped.
We never stopped.
Not a problem. Okay. Well, we're live. We're all here. We're ready to learn and enjoy this workshop. So let us know.
Awesome. Thank you. This workshop is kind of an introduction into seasonal cooking, seasonal recipe. There are those who here on live. There are shops. The information that is in them, I will get posted into the photos and files on Gray School's website. Speaking of, I need to open all my stuff back up because I crashed out. I'm like, and look over, and there's nothing open on my screen. I do a lot of work. I love to cook. It's not just to nourish your body; it can also nourish your mind and your spirit. And as an emotional eater, it definitely nourishes my emotions. Okay, where's the stone? Moonstone. I've lost it. It's food can be wonderful. It can be horrible. It can be so. You can express so much through food. It's a miracle that I am not a chef. I love watching the various cooking shows because they are just fascinating.
27. How you know?
Now, Venus, mute mic. Cooking with seasonal food helps you connect with that time of year. And right now, it's technically the middle harvest. For me personally, it's the final harvest. Is the last day to harvest food that you're eating. For me, anything that is still on the vine or still on any of the plants after the 31st, that all belongs to nature. That belongs to the bugs, the birds, the deer, the deity. You know, it's a very old thing. If you eat anything, harvest anything after the 31st, then you're taking away from deity, and it just seems like a good cutoff for me because by this time of year, those of us who like to preserve food with canning and dehydrating and all the various ways to save food, you're pretty exhausted at this point. You've had your corn harvest, you've had your wheat harvest, you've had your oat harvest, you've got apples, grapes, berries. It, you're just really kind of done with the cooking at this point. When I want to do something extra special, such as for tomorrow, which for me is one of the New Year's Eves that I celebrate. First is the beginning of the new, and I like to create special recipes. And I call this one. I did not rename it. It's one of my personal recipes. It's Samhain apple bread pudding. And I just kind of want to walk you guys through the process of getting more meaning for a recipe. And what I do is I find a recipe, something that is interesting, that sounds like something I want to have for that particular event. And for me, the end of October is very much about it's the end of the apple harvest. I do a lot of apple and a lot of pumpkin because the pumpkins are ripe and ready to cook, and the apples have just finished up, and you've got that little bit of fresh apple left that you just aren't up to putting in jars or freezing or dehydrating. And it's like, what can I do with this? I can make bread pudding. And you write down your ingredients. Standard recipe. Oh, look, this is a good recipe. You can just get someone else's recipe. And just having the fact that, oh, apples, that's harvest. Cinnamon is warm. Eggs are a harvest. Harvest season. That makes sense. You can go a little further with it. There's an elemental correspondence. This is mine. These are taken from, at the bottom of that note card is the book The Magic in Food by Scott Cunningham. And this food correspondence is the foods that I eat, that my family and I eat. There's more in the book. I've moved some of them around because they didn't really seem to fit where he had put them. And that's one of the things I love about that author is he's all about, here's my way, work with it, make it fit you. Don't be afraid to move stuff around. It's about you, not me. It was a very, very good author on many, many, many subjects. And what you do is you take the ingredient and look it up. There is, for this particular one, I gave earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. And in the recipe note card, you can see where I've put those in for the elements. In the book, there's also the planet aspect. And a part of the planet aspect is what it stands for. Like, who knew that bread stood for meditation? Yes, I have quite a few of his books on my shelf as well. And you can, when you start doing this, you have the aspects of earth, like stones. Stones is grounding, which makes sense that it goes with meditation. Until I looked at these and started working with these, I don't know that I would have put Venus as an earth planet. But then when you start looking at it, it makes sense. It's meditation, friendship, peace, compassion. These are also some of the aspects of the Stones Lodge. what Stone's Lodge stands for. And as you go through, I will then frequently add. I like to try and balance the recipes. I'm all about balance in my religious practice, in my education, in my real life, and in what I cook. Um, so, a lot of recipes, I will go so there is at least one representation. And as I say that, I'm looking at this one and there's nothing for spirit in it. But it's fine.
All I can say is I needed this like yesterday when I was going grocery shopping.
Well, the thing is, you will have that, you know, even a small spice rack will have representation. Water is on, water's on here. No, I did not put water on this one. Well, water's, water. And it adds a dimension to a recipe, to a dish that you're cooking, especially if it's for a specific holiday or a specific event, for birthdays, for the solstices and equinoxes. I do. Or if I'm doing something for the full moon or the new moon, I try and have more of the moon ingredients. And you can actually wind up with some pretty interesting dishes, depending on how far you want to go down that rabbit hole. And as I say at the end of this recipe list, while I'm cooking, especially if it's something I'm cooking for people or a holiday, is I realize that I'm thinking or speaking ritual words or phrases or singing. So I keep a notepad down and I put it in, and my recipes will frequently become a type of ritual. And as I add an ingredient, words will come to me. And if I write them down and then I start looking, and it's like it has actually become a ritual of adding this in, of deliberately putting in those energies of the focus I want for that. With the example being the bread cubes is for Earth, which is grounding and nourishing, for Venus, meditation, for focus. Carbohydrates give you the energy to focus. It will become its own type of ritual. And in my personal grimoire, I have several recipes where I then went back online and added and put in the words that came to me, the phrases that I used. And it makes the recipe description longer because after each element you have this small thing that was done. Sometimes, depending on the time of year, like when I'm doing something for this time of year, I whenever I cook, I like to put a pentacle in and empower my food with health, love, and communication, because those are things I find that it's really good to energize in my home. At this time of year, I will sometimes do it as a banishing pentagram, do it backwards. Not all practices do that, but basically going Widdershins. And and then after you put it all together, you can print it out. I have parchment colored printer paper, and then I put those in my book and my grimoire, and they become this awesome part of my path, and I can reference back. This particular print note card is made from where I had put in this recipe, and I have not yet updated it with what happened while I was making it. And you can learn a lot about your path as you look back at old recipes. I have discovered, looking back through my recipes, that things that stood out to me and had this huge meaning 5 years ago, now I'm like, well, yeah, it's just common sense to me now. But at the time, it was this huge breakthrough. It helps you see where you've been and where you're going to. As far as the magical correspondences, it's really very personal. Uh, I strongly recommend getting the book Magic and Food. I've owned 6 copies. I still have 2 of them. I am known to gift them to people, to loan them out, and they never come back. And it's like, okay, time to buy a new one. Is make it yours. Any of the correspondences, not just with the food, but also with any of the correspondences you're working with. I did the same thing with Ritual Club when doing a ritual. You want to look at the correspondences and what you're wanting to create and what you're wanting to communicate and bring that in. And anytime we're putting together any kind of synchronicity circles or ritual or recipes of any kind, is we're trying to pull all this different stuff together into one meaningful whole. And to me, cooking is totally represents wizardry in all its ways. You take pieces that others may or may not have put together and you come out with something awesome. And I encourage everyone to try this recipe. It is delicious. And it's the right time of year for it in the northern hemisphere. And if there's anything in it that you don't like, that's why I recommend doing a personalized correspondence. What foods, where does it go for you? For what was it I did? Eggs. He didn't have eggs assigned anywhere. They were just kind of this standalone creative circle potential representation of potential. And for me, I'm like, well, just that meaning he gave it of the representation of potential is very much earth sign to me. And that's really what the Stones Lodge represents to me is potential. And just it's an amazing word, the word potential. Make it yours. What works for you? There's a lot of other foods that are in the book that aren't in this one because we don't eat them, and I saw no reason to have them on my list. And there's a lot of foods that aren't in that book's list. It's such a huge subject, food and edible things that are given birth to by the planet, that it can be a lifelong study. And what means one thing to you now in 10 years might have evolved into a totally different meaning. It needs a different place in your list of elemental associations. And one of the things I love about this particular process is it brings in astronomy, can bring in astrology, can bring in you have food allergies, not a worry, don't have it on your list. And then when you're looking up a recipe, you go, oh yeah, I can't use that. And you can find replacements. A lot of people, like, well, I have no eggs. Well, there's 2 things you can do to replace eggs. And that is flax and chia seeds. If you get chia seeds wet, they become, I call it gelatinous because I don't know how to say the big long M word. Mutagenesis. They make
Mutilaginous.
Thank you, that word. Mutilaginous. And you can replace eggs with them. And you can add a little sugar and cocoa powder and you have an amazing pudding. Just that. Blue wants chocolate pudding. Okay, I have not been eating so good on my diet. Let's make chia pudding. 15 minutes later, you have pudding. It's fine. And it's good for you. Your doctor goes, yay for you. I just encourage people, play in the kitchen. It's very easy to get into a grind of, oh, it's time for dinner. We need to eat. We're hungry. It can be more than that. And it doesn't have to be hard to have it be that. Something as simple as you're stirring the food and putting your intent, because you're cooking, you want this to provide help for your family. You want it to nourish them. Make it deliberate. Focus on it. Um, One thing people have said is, how do you take wizardry into the everyday world? How does it connect to my real life? Here's one of the ways it connects to my real life. It only takes a few seconds to take a breath, focus on wanting everyone who eats this food to feel nourished and loved, and stir my food. That's it. My wizardry has connected. Right? Most people do eat every day. So, and that was a question that had come up, that a lot of people are like, how do I connect these two? How does my wizardry connect to real life? And that's something I'm going to start trying to bring to my interactions with everyone here. You're going to eat at least once a day, preferably more often. It's not really healthy to only eat once a day. And it is very easy to include a little bit of wizardry and magic into that. And it's no it's like a breakfast. Mid daisies, Wednesdays, yeah. The 8 meals of the day. 11 seasons, that's it. You missed 11 seasons, that's between second breakfast and lunch. It's a beautiful way to bring it in. And you trying to meal prep, make up muffins. Bananas have gone bad, make banana muffins. As you're stirring the dough, put a little, strength and happiness and grounding. The energy to get through the day can be infused into that. And then every time you pull one out of the freezer and pop it in your little lunch bag and then have it for your mid-morning snack, that's coming back to you. And that brings that magic into your workday. I'm very food focused. I come from a family of foodies. And by that I mean biscuits and gravy and breaded fried pork chops with roasted potatoes with butter and food, real food. Does anyone have any questions about magical cooking?
I don't have any questions, but I think you put that beautifully towards the end there. How you can bring the magic back when you're eating your wine Japanese mix. That's just beautiful in my opinion.
Because a lot of people are like, I want to have the magic in everyday life. But honestly, you're working a 40-plus hour week. It's lunchtime. You've got 30 minutes. You really don't have the time to sit and think, okay, I need to do a ritual and I need to call my quarters and no, eat your muffin, man. It's already in there.
Yeah, no, you took the words right out of my mouth. That's kind of what I was going to say. There's a very strong theme or a recurring motif, especially with apprentice wizards, where they'll ask their teachers, it's like, how do I live a more magical life? How do I get that sort of magic and awareness into everything that I do? Because they have this very strong sense of a divide between the magical and the mundane. And really the answer is exactly what, Blue kind of elucidated here. It's you have to bring magic into the sort of things that you're doing anyway, because, wizards, while we are very powerful and live fascinating lives, we're still people. We still have to eat and pay bills and everything else,
Do
so,
laundry.
Yeah, so, if you're not going to bring magic into those everyday things that you're going to have to do, then you're just kind of letting that time sit and not do anything for you.
And it can be very helpful on rough days to, I'm food oriented. What can I say? You're sitting there at lunch and you're like, okay, 4 more hours. I can do this. And then you pull this out and you're like, oh yeah, my magical muffin. And you eat it. And you remember how you felt when you created it, the energy you put into it, and you feel it coming back into you. And it takes you out of that stress of the moment, but without doing anything that's going to hinder you coming right back. You're going to sit there, you're going to enjoy your muffin, and then you're going to get up and go back to work feeling, and you'll feel better. You'll have more energy and be able to focus better again. It gives you that moment of time. I don't know. It's just kind of a magical moment.
I have a question.
Yes.
What is more important for cooking magically? Is it balancing the ingredients, or is it the intention as you are creating what you're making?
The intention as you are creating what you're making.
Thank you.
And especially because if what you're creating is, you want to make sure that there's elements that support it, that empower what you want it to do. And if you don't include elements, like if you're wanting, like for meditation, and me learning that Venus is assigned to Earth element, which I was surprised. Because everybody thinks, oh, love and water, but it's Earth. If you were focusing for water, if you're in a drought and you're trying to focus magics to get water coming in, you're like, okay, I'm going to make a soup, and you would want to have more items from the water element chart to focus more on that, so that it would support what you want and what you're charging this with. And I don't know that there's a time limit for how long it will hold a charge. My food usually doesn't last that long. Oh, nice. Yeah, and then there's the whole astrological. You can get to where it will take you days to figure out a recipe if you're not careful. There are, the internet provides so much information, and so many people have studied the elements of the earth, and there's so much to learn, guys, in so little time. But I encourage you guys to try this, even if it's just infusing some scrambled eggs with love, with calm. It did make a difference in my children, for those here who have kids. It did make a difference when I gave them and started infusing food with acceptance and love and security, and just kind of infuse it with a mom hug. And it's just amazing how much it touches people. All humans eat. It doesn't matter what their politics, what their religion, what country they live in. Everybody eats, and everybody shares food with others. And that's the end of my workshop.
Well, I've got a question.
Well, it was wonderful. Thank you so much.
Hang on, Prefect Mason. I got a question. Yeah, Blue, Vice Captain Blue, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So I heard you mention using Widdershins. How do you incorporate Deosil and Widdershins into your cooking practice again?
The way I incorporate it into cooking is when, let's see, I'm cooking spaghetti sauce to feed my family. We want to be full with the amount of food we have. We want to get the nourishment from it physically, and it's being prepared with love, so I want that love to be felt. So that I will do Deosil clockwise, because I'm putting it in. Um, I use widdershins, like if when I'm cooking for a dumb supper, I do a lot of widder. Simply because of the whole theme of it is, you're here, you're welcome, you're honored, but you're not rejoining us. It's kind of a balance out thing. When I am making chicken noodle soup for someone who's sick, I will stir bittershins for the removing of the illness.
Ah, I like that. Okay, cool. I had heard you mention the word Widdershins, and I wanted to clarify how it was that you were incorporating it, because that's I dig it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more of a, if I try to use positive statements, and sometimes even though it's a positive feeling, it's preventing something or removing something, and that's usually when I will widdershins, if that makes sense.
It does, because I
Wax on, wax off.
yeah, yeah, yes. Clockwise to do, counterclockwise to undo.
Exactly.
So yeah, Prefect Mason, thank you. Back to you for.
No problem. No problem at all. Yeah, no, I was just giving my sincere appreciation for the workshop. It's very educational. I'm not much of a cook myself. I'm just like, I'm just sitting here. It's like, how do I infuse my Charleston chew?
Okay. Let me tell you how to infuse your chicken nuggets in the microwave.
Fair enough.
You're going to eat some chicken nuggets. So, take 5 chicken nuggets. Place one on the north for earth. Place one on the right, air. Place one on towards you for fire. Place one to the left for water, and put one in the middle for spirit. Now microwave them. You're infusing your food with energies and whatever, I need to feel better, I'm hungry and weak. Put them in the microwave. Twofold. One, you've infused it magically, and 2, you have them far enough away from each other that they'll cook perfectly in the microwave.
Huh.
You can cook magically.
No, I could definitely see that. And
nachos is even more fun.
Yeah. Oh, I bet. No, I'm just thinking about like seasonal cooking, because I'm trying to think. Like, I know, I saw some ingredients being bought, so I know one of the seasonal foods of the household is about to start being cooked. That's going to probably be cooked from now, probably through the end of the year, maybe even early into next year. So we're hitting that seasonal stop off point, and.
Oh yeah, Halloween begins the eating holidays that don't end until after Valentine's Day.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Irish, it goes through March.
Yeah. Point.
But
true.
At the very least, it goes through March. But
yeah, I won't let doctors do my A1C until July. No, you're not allowed.
Oh,
you got Halloween and Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's and Valentine's Day and Easter, and yeah, you're not checking my blood sugar till July, when the veggies have been out a while and I've been eating salads.
Oh man.
Yeah, you don't have to cook from scratch and do this big huge meal. You can make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with intent. You can carve anything, any kind of sigil or symbol you want into your peanut butter, and then slap those 2 slices of bread together.
Very true. Very true.
It's very basic and very much a part of life, and it's really one of the major sources for bringing my magical life into my mundane life. Plus, it's also fun if somebody keeps stealing your food out of the office refrigerator. That's undoing as well. Unbinding any constipating foods they might have eaten. Nothing dangerous.
Oh, jeez.
Oh wait, that was my out loud voice. My apologies. Never ever act against another. It's not appropriate to a wizard. That is unwizardly conduct.
Yeah.
Well, we can't go to school for a reason, bro.
Where are we on? Okay, I've got inventory open, but no, I have my schedule back open yet. Where are you,
yeah.
sir?
Oh, sure, no problem. We are going into the 12 o'clock, which is Rock's Rock with myself. So, if the conversation is winding down, I'd like to take us up into the sort of mountainous region near the Stones Lodge, and yeah, let's go ahead and walk over there.
Before we go anywhere, I do have to depart so I can get everything ready. I have to get dinner ready, and then I have to prepare for a Zoom class tonight. I'm really sorry.
No problem. We appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for visiting with us and enjoying the lodge. And even if you're not able to come back, we appreciate having you as long as we did.
I'm happy to be here, as always. Y'all have a wonderful day.
You as well, and have a wonderful dinner.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, there's a door here.
Oh, and door. Fine.
I know, it came out of nowhere. It just jumped out.
I just keep hiding.
Yeah, so over across past this bridge is the Stones Lodge. We're in this section. And actually that works out quite well because we're going to be offering a tour of the Stones Lodge after this workshop to anyone who wants one.
That works. Why are we going to Flames? Oh, you're doing the back road. I always forget that path is there.
Yeah, I'm pretty much just walking about, enjoying.
Which is good because it lets everybody see the different things that are going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of bits and bobs and things all about the...
There are so many details here. The provost has worked so hard to make this such a fascinating place.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
I know. It's easy to get turned around. I'm just walking in a straight line. Plow ahead somewhere. There is a path, but I am as directionally challenged in Second Life as I am in Build. Turn me around twice, I'm lost forever.
Oh dear, yeah, that's relatable.
And yes, I am one of those people in the elevator that pushes all the buttons and leans out and pushes my car fob to see where it beats.
And this is the Winds Lodge, alright. Wrong.
Well, the other side is mountains right up against the castle, so...
Nice.
Oh, we had talked about the thing. It's fine.
Yep, here we go. This is the stone circle we have over here, and then yeah, here we go. What's going on, Blue? There you are.
I'm here. Well, you know, I'm a short person, so I made my avatar kind of like me in person. I have a few more pounds on than she does, but I am not tall.
Yeah, I'm taller than average, but I feel small because I'm actually not that tall for my family. I have family members who are quite a bit taller than me.
I have family members that are over 6 feet, and I am 5'2" and 3/4, and it counts. Actually, I'm a 5'2.5" now. I've shrunk.
Oh, here we go. Nice little hinge here.
You found the spot.
Yeah. Here we go. There's all sorts of fun stuff over here. But yeah, here we go. Here we go. Ah, perfect. There we go. So let's see.
Perfect,
Make
picture
sure
time.
everybody's. What's up?
Perfect. Picture time.
Yeah, picture time.
Everybody smile.
Yeah, so we're in the mountains. Wonderful, wonderful time here. So,
Mountains of Grayskull with the Stones Lodge in the background.
yes, yes.
Hey,
So we're doing
I'm
quite
going
well.
to
Oh,
take my Chihuahua for a bio break here.
yeah. We're gonna go ahead and like take 10, and then we'll start up with the workshop.
Excellent.
Sounds good. Thank you.
We will see you in 10 then.
Hello, is everybody back?
I'm here.
Wonderful, wonderful.
I'm here.
Cool, that's 2 out of 3.
Has anyone else noticed that certain times of year, different aspects of magical practice just seem to fall out to you and kind of fall in place?
I've heard a lot of people talk about that. I mean, there's, seasonal associations with the big wheel holidays, and that carries some of it. Is that sort of what you're talking about?
The seasonal and astrological. That was one of the things. Every time I look at my recipes, when I pull them out, I'm like, oh yeah, okay. And the connections that can be made from the various holidays are just amazing. Various times of year, and yeah, we're supposed to have what is it? The 31st. It's not the Leonids. There's a meteor shower coming. It's supposed to be really awesome for Halloween night to have a chance of flaming balls.
Oh, wow. That's exciting. Ooh.
Look who's joining us, guys.
Who's
He
joining
graced
us?
us with his presence. We are so grateful.
I see Provost's name has just shown up.
Oh, excellent. I was worried. I want to paste this here, and I want to make sure it gets out to...
Hello, Provost.
Greetings and salutations, Provost Kingsley.
Hail and well met.
Well, we're strange people. What can you do?
Given the topic of the workshop, it's not strange at all.
Oh, we have been left to our own devices. Shenanigans may or may not have ensued.
We need supervision. We can't be trusted. No, I'm kidding. I kid. No, actually, we are getting ready for Rocks Rock, which is our natural science and geology-based workshop, and that's why I brought everyone up to our little mountainous range here to sort of, set the mood and give a little ambience, and kind of, it felt like the part of the campus that was most on theme right here, this little mountain range here at the Stone's Lodge. So that's why we're here.
Well, I dig it, if you will. My little joke. Please carry on.
I have a request, everyone.
Yes.
Prefect Mason Cunningham is facing a particular direction. Can you all face a similar direction that he is? For a picture, please.
Towards you, up on your mountain.
Sure.
Well,
Sure, and I can
towards
make
me, just in the
any
direction
adjustments
he's
if you.
facing. Thank you. Thank you, Provost Kingsley.
Yes, one is glad to turn upon request. Always happy. Show off
Captain?
my good side.
Another 90 degrees to the left, please.
Do I need to move my position?
You're perfect right there. Captain Mac, can you please turn another 90 degrees to the left?
Ah, photographers. You gotta love it.
And everyone, smile, please.
I don't know how to do that. Wait a second,
Oh, no,
Mike.
I'm sorry. In real life, behind your screen.
Oh, I can do that.
Screen, thank you.
Yeah, let me look through my gestures real fast here.
Oh dear.
Perfect, thank you, everyone.
Excellent.
All right.
Yeah,
excellent.
people are gonna get on and see those pictures and go, where were they?
Have
Indeed.
a second life and explore. Try to figure out where we all were. There you go.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get 2 merits if you take a selfie in the same place.
Oh,
I
excellent.
award the merits,
like
so you'll
that.
have to announce that. But
I
yeah,
can.
please do.
I can award them. You can announce it. Let's put it in the newspaper. Put it in the Good Times.
Yeah.
Well, this is
fair
all
enough.
for the newspaper, yes.
This is good.
Excellent.
Quote, Provost Kingsley announces secret merit challenge awarded by Stone's Lodge Prefect. That's me giving surprise responsibility there.
Surprise! guys. That's called being voluntold.
Yes.
Fair
Another
enough.
example of BT in practice.
Yeah. Well, we're right here close to the top of the hour, so I think we can go ahead and get this show on the road. So hello, everyone, and thank you so much for coming to Stone Celebration. Today we're talking about rocks because, well, rocks rock. No, but seriously, this is a workshop. We will be covering some fairly basic earth science or natural science, which you probably learned in school, but may have forgotten about. So this will be a small refresher. So don't expect to get a fascinating career in geology off of this workshop alone, I'm afraid, but we do carry on. First, we're going to talk about different types of rocks and stones. Then we're going to talk about where land masses come from. And finally, we're going to give a small overview of why you should care, what makes rocks and minerals such a great love of magical people, since this is a school of wizardry after all. So first up are igneous rocks. Igneous, from the Latin fire, refers to rocks created by magma. This category of rock is divided further into intrusive igneous rocks, which are rocks that are formed inside of the earth, while they are form atop the earth's crust. Like after erupting from a volcano, they are called extrusive igneous rocks. The examples of igneous rocks are basalt and granite. Sedimentary rocks are rocks made of sediments. Sediments being the remains of rocks in the form of clay, silt, and gravel, as well as small bits of organic matter. Sedimentary rocks then can be thought of as a natural process by which rocks are recycled. Sediment is often created by erosion, this process by which a rock is broken apart by wind or water. Consequently, sedimentary rocks is the sort of rock most often found on the ocean floor or the bottom of lakes and rivers. Like with igneous rock, sedimentary rock can be divided into two categories. Detritus are rocks made of organic or inorganic material. Really great examples of this might be coal, since made from plants. Chemical sedimentary rocks are, of course, rocks formed with chemical compounds in the environment. Good examples of sedimentary rocks are sandstone and limestone. Metamorphic rocks are rocks made of sedimentary and igneous rocks transformed through natural processes over long periods of time. Marble and slate are some solid examples of these rocks. Marble itself is transformed from limestone. The field of geomorphology is the study of and the creation and modification of landforms. Without getting too much into the nitty-gritty of everything, we can see what happens to the land and why. So let's highlight a few processes. Folding is the deformation of rock, doing basically what it sounds like, the folding of the earth, which creates mountain ranges and other such geographic features. Faulting is where faults or shifting tectonic plates can make the land go uneven, some going up or down or even to the side. You can create mountainous regions as well in extreme cases, and or simply uneven ground in less extreme cases. I have some definitive faulting in my garage as a result of past earthquakes in my Southern Californian home. So, both great and small faulting, well, it changes the land we live in and the world we walk upon. Volcanism is largely the same process as the creation of igneous rocks, but it can use to create entirely new volcanoes, as well as land masses. Mount St. Helens of Washington erupted in 1980, causing the worst volcanic eruption in American history. It killed over 50 people and, adjusted for inflation, caused over $1 billion in damages. So volcanoes are pretty serious business. Relevant to today's discussion, the eruption changed the landscape of the area, causing a crater in the mountain. If you've never heard the story or seen pictures, I highly recommend looking it up. You can actually see the way the mountain formed and changed through this one eruption. It's really fascinating, and it really gives you a lot of perspective about how serious these events can be. Also related is how there's actually a new island being formed in the Pacific right now after an underwater volcano erupted. Whether or not this land eventually takes is still up in the air. However, new islands often sink back into the ocean fairly shortly after they spring up. So now, why should you care about all this rock talk? Why is it important? Well, of course, perhaps most obviously, magic folk have a great love of rocks. Quartz especially is popular, but stones of all sorts are used in magical work, for healing, and for other purposes. Stones are said to have their own energies which can be tapped into, but these processes we discussed today, of course, have other consequences for wizards and magical practitioners. The processes of the creation of rocks and metamorphic rocks, especially. For example, there's a great demonstration of natural alchemy, the earth transforming elements through heat and through pressure. This is much like the catalyst of alchemy, which aids in the transformation of the self or natural elements. The natural science shared today could give you some insight into the natural world, but keep in mind, there is some real physical process which are fascinating, powerful, and insightful. So there is a lot to discuss, and we are gonna have a Q&A section for anything. However, I did have a short, fun video I just kind of wanted to share at this time. Let me pull it up. This is from initially sort of bonus material from a podcast. It's a Dungeons and Dragons podcast, which isn't really relevant to the content. But just so you know, the character, its perspective it's sung from is a yeah. So the character is a dad whose son got whisked off to another world, and he becomes a druid of the group. And but of course, he was a geologist and worked in a museum. So the song is sort of a rap about the field of geology and his museum, and of course titled Rocks Rock, which is also the name of today's presentation. So I hope. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn off my mic. Go ahead and enjoy this video, and after that, we'll open up discussion.
Excellent.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the San Dimas Museum of Natural History. SDMNH represent! My name's Henry Oak, and I'll be your guide today to the wonderful world of G to the E to the ology. Now I know what you're thinking. Geology? Who wants to learn about boring old rocks? Well, did you know that rocks are actually super cool and interesting? Let me tell you all about it. From the pebbles on the beach to the cobbles in the streets, every stone that you can see will teach you rocks rock. And if you want to learn the history of Earth from the present to our birth, you gotta study rocks. And if you're a great geologist, you'll learn where hidden knowledge is and get into good colleges because of rocks. And if you want to save the planet, then you gotta understand it. Know your geodes from your granite, now let's talk rocks. Who can tell me what a rock is? No one? Come on now, take a shot, kids. Look it up in the dictionary, and you'll find the definitions vary. Noun, any natural material, hard or soft with a distinctive mineral composition. Now here's a question, what is a mineral? I'm glad you asked. It's a chemical compound, not a liquid or gas, but a solid structure at room temperature that occurs in nature, like arseniocyte or allophane or amethyst or anethase or anilorite. Now that you're hip to the basics, Professor Oak is gonna put you through the paces. Pokemon reference, oh that reminds me, there's a Pokestop, the gift shop behind me, so don't forget to get yourself a Geodude when you stop in to get yourself a Geodude. Anyone? Cause it's a reference to the video game Pokemon. Oh, here comes the chorus. From the pebbles on the beach to the cobbles in the streets, every stone that you can see will teach you rocks rock. And if you want to learn the history of Earth from the present to our birth, you gotta study rocks. And if you're a great geologist, you'll learn where hidden knowledge is and get into good colleges because of rocks. And if you want to save the planet, then you gotta understand it. Know your geodes from your granite, now let's talk rocks. Rocks are a window through time. If you don't believe me, this'll blow your mind. How old's the oldest rock? You think 100 years, a million? The Naboo Gita Greenstone belt is 4.28 billion. That's old, even older than your mama. But like mama's DNA tells us the saga that led to her birth, rocks tell us the story of how the earth formed and all of its glory. How? Well, let's take the NGB. Get up in that greenstone and you'll see putative fossilized microorganisms found deep in the church. They support the supposition that life began at the bottom of the sea in geothermal vents, even hotter than this beat. To the cobbles in the streets, every stone that you can see will teach you rocks rock. And if you want to learn the history of Earth from the present to our birth, you gotta study rocks. And if you're a great geologist, you'll learn where hidden knowledge is and get into good colleges because of rocks. And if you want to save the planet, then you gotta understand it. Know your geodes from your granite, now let's talk rocks. Earthquakes, landslides, volcanoes, oh my, learn about them all when you step on inside. Diamonds, rubies, if you like jewelry, we've got gems that'll get you drooling. Dino fossils, so colossal, paralyze your hypoglossals. You can't see them in this museum. Once you hear the rules, don't make me repeat them. 1. No phones in the exhibit. Leave it in a cubby and don't forget it. 2. RESPECT, the features, teachers, staff, and me. 3. Save the best for last. Talking rocks is such a blast, and geology's for everyone. So rule number 3 is have some fun. Rocks just misallocating my RAM.
All right.
Sometimes Windows 10 did the same.
That's awesome.
So I hope you enjoyed it. You are all, at least amateur geologists, so be aware of the trick with the obsidian knife and the baseball bat. You are now all susceptible to it.
Provost didn't know about that one.
Yeah, that's a throwback. Believe me, it's oh so very funny. That's a throwback reference to this morning. Believe me, if you were here the whole time, you'll be rolling. Yes, oh so very funny. But yes, that is sort of the scripted part of our presentation. But I did want to open up Q&A and just let anyone talk about rocks and why they rock, and geology and the earth and mountains and Mount St. Helens and everything else, just all of it. So by all means, I hope this was educational and illuminating, and let me know what you think.
Oh, I loved it. Well done. Is that museum near you?
San Dimas, I'm not actually positive. This is, like I said, this is actually a fictional character, podcast. But I'm not sure where that is in relation to me. I'd have to look that up.
I've heard that name in some of the sci-fi movies I watch. But
Yeah, I've never been to that museum. I've been to several natural history museums in my area and the greater Los Angeles area, but never to that one specifically. Of course, I've also done La Brea Tar Pits, which is technically a geological exhibit because it's many fossils there. That's a fun museum.
keeps on giving, as I understand it.
Oh, indeed it does. Indeed it does. The tar pits are just fascinating. It's, I don't know. I remember one of the fun things when you go there is you actually get to feel the weight of the tar. There's like this lever you get to pull up on and get to feel how sticky it is, and actually like what pulling the tar is like. And it's like, wow, you can really see how so many things got caught in the tar there. It's impressive.
It is very much so. And it's because there's a part of it that is constantly they've got it boarded up, and the tar is constantly oozing out, and they just pull some of the boards out, and it just brings all these different fossils with it. It's like a perfect preservative.
No, it like tar does that very well, and also like peat bogs are also very good for that. There's a lot of things really well preserved in peat bogs, I found. So there's a lot of fossils coming out of the sort of like the Celtic countries, that have a lot of those peat swamps.
Oh yeah, between droughts and they're finding a lot in Sweden and Norway and all those places as the ice melts back. The glaciers are melting. There's just apparently so much coming up.
And Prefect Mason
finding they found a new element the other day, I think.
Did they really?
I saw something about found a new rock, a new mineral that they'd never seen before.
They'd done an Uperlite not too long ago, hadn't they? Around the Great Lakes, though, I think.
Was it the Great Lakes?
Yeah, if it's Uperlite, it came from around the Great Lakes.
Oh, I don't know about this. Oh, by all means, please tell me more.
Uperlite, something like that. It's a mineral that under UV light glows bright orange. Kind of cool.
It glows?
A lot of rocks glow. The Rice Mineral Museum here near me has a black light. It is amazing.
Oh yeah, no, a lot of stones do have a certain amount of luminescence, but like I said, it's whenever you hear about a new animal or a new rock, I suppose, coming out, that nobody knew about before, it shows you the depth of the world. Like there's, people have been exploring this stuff for so long, and it escaped their notice. It's incredible when you hear about things like this.
Yep.
Provost, though, because I wanted to pick your brain because here at the top of the event today, we kind of sit the discussion around the room and let everyone tell us what their favorite rock was and why. And I thought it might be fun to ask you what yours was.
My way favorite rock? Well, I'm not sure. What are we classifying as a rock?
Well, I went into quite a bit of detail about the different kinds of rocks, but anything really. Stones, I kind of left it open ended. I asked people, what they like. We got things as varied as amethyst and citrine, but we also talked about petrified wood and other things. So really anything that speaks to you.
Well, I'm a big fan of gold. I quite like gold, I have to say. I think that's probably my favorite stone.
Yeah. Right.
I like the masculine energy of gold. I like the luster of gold. I like the history of humanity being kind of tied to it. I think it's a very human stone in that respect. Its malleability, I think, presents us with a significant insight into the nature of what it means to be wise in the world today. Applicability in multiple circumstances allows us the opportunity to perceive the world more meaningfully, and of course, in greater detail. So, I think gold.
Well, you certainly wouldn't be alone in that. It's been a very popular stone for a very long time.
Very much so.
Well, all right. Well, buy gold.
I have
That's
always
quite
let
good, yes.
pyrite, fool's gold,
Oh yes,
Gold.
yes,
Cool.
yes. That's
very beautiful stone.
Yes. I'm fortunate enough to have grown quite close to Knott's Berry Farm, and one of sort of the which kind of made its name on sort of frontier town village kind of aesthetics and attractions. And one of the things that it still does to this day is gold panning, and so I've gotten to pan for gold several times throughout my life, and that was always an interesting experience. You get the kind of plates of sand and you shift it and you go through wires and you get little specks of gold, get to bring it home. It's not a lot. You're not gonna make any money reselling it, but it's fascinating as an experience. It's interesting. It's a fun little keepsake. I always enjoyed that quite a lot.
And that helps you realize what people went through to find gold, and still do to this day.
Oh,
When
indeed.
you do the panning, it's just like, this is way too much work.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Well, it
I-
depends on where you are.
True.
I happen to know a few good places around the United States where you can walk away with a good $300-400 at the end of the day if you're patient. And that's the thing, right? It's a patience thing. But it's really, you gold pan to test to see if a river is gold bearing, and then you set up a mine or a slough, which is like a big gold pan. I was once into gold panning quite a bit. My grandpa and I did a bit of that in the in days of yore now.
Oh, well, that's really cool. Yeah, I was went through the sort of public education system in California, so gold came up a few times. I'll just say that much.
Yes, I imagine.
So could this possibly be an apprentice's practicum that they do? That, like you had said, Provost Kingsley, you'd like to start funding some of this research.
Yeah, all gold would be a direct property of the Gray School. Big, but yes, of course.
Well,
You
no,
have to do
absolutely.
that.
If you're
yes,
if you're
indeed.
financing a student to go somewhere and pan for gold, obviously the gold would belong to the school.
Well, I think then yes, this is definitely. I'd be more than happy. I think it's a very cool thing to do, frankly. And again, I think that there is, even if it may be in jest, I do think that there is some value in experiencing the world like that. There's something to be said, sort of like fishing in the same way. There's a patience required to that kind of thing, and an eye, and a subtlety. And again, as I say, gold is more than its luster. It's more than its shine. It's sort of an untarnishable, which is a noble metal, which is an interesting thing, and it's an interesting philosophy. I think aqua regia is, you have to have gold in that, and that's the base for most alchemical potions and things like that. So it's an interesting thing to be sure, and you can eat it in a certain quantity. So that's always fun.
Yes, that's right. Edible gold. I've seen that on because I saw a video online where they're like, oh, let's make the most expensive ice cream sundae possible, and they added like edible gold on it, and they used like very expensive bourbon, and they kind of filled out all the stops, and it was quite interesting to watch. It's just like, yeah, it's an ice cream sundae by the end of it. It's like, it's good, but like, is it that good? I don't know.
Well,
You'll have to try it. Report back to us, please.
Yes. Let us know. There's a place in Seattle, Washington, kind of hidden away in a back alley. And it's a bit sketch on the way there, but it has a pink door. It's called the Pink Door, I believe. And it has trapeze artists who, do crazy things above you while you eat. It's quite fancy. And one of the cakes they serve, the chocolate boob cake, I think it's called, comes with a golden nipple, which is quite fun.
Nice.
We were there for some sort of something or other. Arthur and I went there for a date once too. But yeah, it is. It's a beautiful place, and it's got some gorgeous food. The jazz is strange, but apparently it's good. So, good.
And the closest I got to edible gold was for the New Year's Eve, 1999. A friend had a special bottle of wine that had gold flakes suspended in it, and it was a very beautiful wine. Outrageously expensive, but very beautiful. Came in a really cool bottle too. I can't say that I noticed the gold had much of a flavor.
I was gonna say, it's interesting because gold foil is pretty cheap. It's if you wanted to, you could buy some right now for probably $5 or so and get yourself a good bit of it. It's so thin.
Extremely.
Like if you melt it down, you might be able to have it on the tip of a pin, kind of. But you lay it over something like I watched a guy the other day do a series of cooking things where he made gold steaks. Kind of fun. But yeah, I would encourage you to try it if you've got an extra little bit of dosh knocking around. We'll see how much it is actually. But not too much.
Oh, the internet! I love the internet. It does so
1 ounce bars of bullion. That's where it's at.
And I have to admit that I did have a bit of a strange mind objection to drinking gold. It did take me a bit to take my first sip and convince myself that it was safe to drink.
Does it matter if it's safe? That's a cool way to die.
I was about to say that too. Yeah, we gotta go. I mean, Drunk on Gold is a pretty solid ending. They write stories about that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the Midas touch, right?
That's how an empress dies.
Yeah, you can't. You can't.
And on the autopsy, all they find is flakes of
because everything
lead.
turns to gold.
Oh, rough. Well, it turns out gold sheets, edible gold sheets, are $7.48 on Amazon. So, you too. Or there's a clearance sale at Walmart right now, of all places, where you can get $5 gold. So, you can always find. Or edible gold glitter from Michael's for $3.99.
Well, honestly, I mean, it'd be irresponsible not to buy that.
I mean, I've already bought one.
Right.
So.
We're heading into a recession. We should buy these things.
Yeah, buy gold.
All the rumors say buy gold, so
I mean, that,
if I was
other
going to
precious
invest
things,
in it, yeah.
I'm looking now at all the other gold foils I can buy.
You sidetracked.
Oh, boy.
Oh dear. Oh
You're
dear.
gonna come over one day and I'm gonna be plastered up in gold foil, like Smaug the Dragon.
I love how Rock
Few days.
Rock kind of went into
so
a
Provost is
commodity.
making his own hoard. I see.
Yeah. In a few days, Apprentice Arthur is going to come home and go, "Why are you covered in gold?" Or not
That's a
ask,
steroid,
why are you
I guess
covered in
it'd be.
gold, and just keep walking. It's just like,
That's
whatever.
more realistic. I do too many strange things for people to be like, why are you doing that strange thing? Like, oh, he's doing it. Oh, that's quite
He's a
noble.
wizard.
Yes.
Did you save some for the cupcakes? You know,
You
it's
see,
one
I could make a
bite.
chocolate bar in the shape of a gold bar and then cover it in gold and stick that in the bank. And they'd be
Yeah.
like, oh, well. And then it would be gone one day and I'd be, oh, have you lost my money, bank?
Make sure it's a temperature-controlled environment.
Yeah, yeah. My gold likes to be cold. Oh.
Yeah, put it in like a safety deposit box. Just like, yes.
That seems
Well,
like
yeah,
one
but
of
if
those.
power goes out in the summer and then you just come back, it's melted.
Oh.
They've got
Yeah.
climate-controlled facilities you should use.
I know.
Well, but that would be the whole point. Because you'd come back and you say, I'd like to withdraw my gold, please. And they would go to it and they would find naught but melty goo. And they'd, oh, sir, your gold has melted. What? This is outrageous. I demand a refund in cash dollar bills. And there you go. That's how you get the
Yep.
free money from the bank. I mean, that may or may not be a crime, so don't do that.
I don't definitely.
And if you walk in with a top hat and a monocle, it sells the show. You know, just saying.
I don't know. Wizards are
you'd be
supposed to be in
surprised how
service
many-
to the communities, not in ripping banks off.
Robin Hood.
Yeah, you would be surprised how many people have gotten away with ridiculous things just because they kind of looked like they belonged there and were just very confident.
Oh,
Confidence is
everyone
powerful.
knows. Walk and have the facial expression as you know where you're supposed to be there, you know where you're going, and you're in a great hurry. And then,
Even better, look like you're completely lost and don't know where you're going, but you should be somewhere important. Like carrying a ladder in somewhere, and you go, I just don't. Could you tell me how to get? They're like, oh, right this way. That way, they know you're there. They know you're meant to be there, and they've helped you get there, so it's not just your fault if something goes sideways. Yes,
I
you
had
gotta
not-
think those 5 steps ahead, wizards.
think them through. Think them through. Wizards have to think. I gotta remember to think more.
Yes, my secret addition will be our, 17th Department of Larceny. So you just
Oh my.
Will you be looking for a dean of that at some point?
yeah. Some point, the test
what-
for deanship will be
What,
difficult.
what color are the robes in such a department?
Well,
that would-
Black and white.
Be that new color.
yeah,
that's
black and white.
invisible.
They're invisible, not to be confused with the clear robes
No,
of math
clearly
magic.
different. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, as
completely
it
invisible.
happens, there's already an orange department.
Well, they happen.
right
It's
out.
the funniest thing you should mention that, Mason, because I stole the silk for these robes from the Chinese emperor, and they happen to be the finest silken robes in all of China. Only a fool can't see them, of course, but I will sell you these fine robes.
I see.
I got a
There
bunch
was
of
a video.
sailboat fuel. I'll trade you for them.
Oh yes, I shall take it. Well, as a wizard, you could be selling me wind knots. So
Which could actually work. There was a video I watched yesterday where they've taken made a printed sweatshirt that is just like a blurry background crowd, and if you put that on, the artificially intelligent scanning software that's used can't see you. It has a much harder time picking out that, oh, you're a person and that head goes with a body.
That sounds a lot like one of those things on Facebook I see occasionally where people post in their comments like, I don't give Facebook permission to use my posts. That seems like one of those things to me, because a lot of that goes off of like your shoes or some weird stuff. Like they've got all kinds of different ways to register you. I was reading one in China that does, reading about one in China that measures people's cell phones and tracks you by the shape of your phone, because most people have their phones out. And so it's just a way to calculate how many people are on the phones in the street. It's very interesting stuff, but I do believe this is rocks, not phones.
Yes. Yeah.
Tell us, Prefect, more about these wonderful stones, which rhymed with phones. So there you go.
Fair enough. Well, I did give some of the sort of base natural science explanation for a lot of these stones, but there's, like I said, it's one of those things that kind of gets deeper and more detailed the more you go into it. There's a lot more functionality, but sorry, let me open up my notes here. Yeah, so
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear that. There was a lot deeper. What now?
oh, it gets a lot deeper. There's a lot more. You go, it's it's like an anthill. Yeah, you keep going. There's just more and more and more. But yeah, when it comes to these stones, I don't know. It's just really there's a lot. I opened up Q&A for anyone who had any kind of more specific questions. But we kind of hit the end of the scripted part of the presentation. But we can keep the discussion going, or we can move on to the Stones Lodge tour and our break, if that's preferable.
Well, I got one thing I want to mention. I know you live in California. Have you gotten to Bishop, California?
Oh, yes, I remember you asked me that.
The Druid Stones.
No, I've heard of the Druid Stones. I have not seen them.
Oh,
I've heard of them though.
Oh, since you're in Cali, if you can get up to Bishop and just like get up to see the Druid Stones, they're massive stones. Massive, like 40, 50, 60, 80 feet tall stones that are just standing like a giant druid stood them up on end. Fantastic.
Oh, that's right. You know what? I think I remember I heard of them from the Essential Druidry. I think that was in one of those Isaac Bonowitz books. But yeah, no, it sounds interesting. Let me pull up a picture of these.
They're fantastic.
Druids. Oh, wow. Stones. Bishop, California. Whoop.
Beautiful stones out there.
This is where?
Bishop, California. It's like 6 hours north of Los Angeles.
I've been to the Golden Gate Druid Circle, but I don't think I've been to that.
So they're all just like naturally freestanding stones, all various different sizes and shapes. A lot of rock climbers will go out there and boulder on them.
Oh, that's cool. I see an article on bouldering the Druid Stones on the Sierra East side, it says. It's dope.
That is,
Related
those
to
are
the
very
Druid
cool.
Symbols.
Very cool. So, people are mountain climbing. Yeah, you know what? I didn't even think to do any research on mountain climbing. Mountain climbing seems really interesting as like a sport, and yeah, far be it. It's a very literal interpretation of a love of mountain ranges and earth. I mean, there's fewer things that are more intimate with rock and stone than mountain climbing. It's spooky but interesting.
That is an interesting perspective. You think so?
Yeah, I would. I don't know if I would have the nerve to do it, but I mean, I guess there is safety equipment. I don't know. Has anyone ever mountain climbed here?
Yeah, I used to climb up on Mount Hood in Oregon. It's quite interesting. I didn't do any equipment stuff because we weren't really going anywhere too dangerous, but that's such a fascinating thing. I've always attributed mountain climbing to be a very airy experience. Spelunking, on the other hand, that is certainly very deep in the world.
Oh yes, spelunking. Yes. I have not had the occasion to go spelunking, but I have looked into it a little. I know there are like guided tours, and to do it in groups, or you obviously could do it yourself. But there's you can get into some trouble if you're not careful. But yeah, spelunking.
There's a place in Eastern Oregon, I believe it's called the Ape Caves, which is pretty cool if you get the chance to head up that way. There's also ice caves in East Oregon as well, which are kind of cool to explore.
We've got a cave system probably an hour and a half from us, so 2.5 or 3 hours from Whitehall. Howe Caverns. It's very commercialized, very touristy, but it's quite the experience.
That's pretty cool. I'm gonna have to do that. There's a cave somewhere out in the grounds too. You could try to get into. It's a little small, but you're welcome.
It's safe though,
Well, what is safety, really?
I mean, am I gonna get buried and nobody's gonna care?
I mean, there will be people who care.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's all that really matters. Will they be able to get you? I mean,
it's the intent that matters.
They'll remember you.
Yeah, we'll miss you. We'll miss you.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Well, very good. What is our next jam on the slam, my man?
Well, yeah. Well, actually, we're right in position for it. We have the next coming up is going to be and hour or so break. But before we let it release everyone to do that, I was going to offer a guided tour of the Stones Lodge to anyone who wants it.
I would love to go on the tour, please.
All right, so let's go ahead and walk down here, and I will gladly guide everyone around the Stones Lodge and show some of the many interesting things we have here at the lodge.
Alrighty. Gotta find my way off the mountain here.
Yes.
Holy moly.
Jumping its
Yes.
Yeah, we should have taken the helicopter up there. Or the blimps. Oh, hey, I'll be right back.
All right.
Cunningham, question for you.
Yes.
Can you maybe point out 1, 2, maybe 3 spots that you'd like a picture of? I can't promise they'll all make their way into Gray Matters, but having a larger collection is helpful.
Sure. Like I said, I'll show you all the points of interest, and you can choose from them whichever ones you like the best.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take a picture at each stop, and then as I'm going through making the article, I'll pick just a few of them.
Yeah, so I'll tell you all the points of interest. Did Provo say he was coming back?
He said he was. I don't know if he's gonna.
He said something about the helicopter, and then he went, "Oh yes, that," and he said he'd be back. He's a wizard. Who knows?
Yeah.
But my apologies. Sometimes I have to step away, and I don't have time to say I have to step away.
Oh no,
okay.
that's perfectly understandable. So
Being a caregiver, sometimes you just go.
Well, that's the beauty of these virtual environments, that you have that freedom.
Yeah, I do understand.
Plus, it's always fun to just leave people sitting there and everybody run away. So.
Fair
Honestly,
enough.
Mason, I love your office over here.
Yeah,
That
we would.
That would be a beautiful picture to have.
Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. So since everyone, since we're just kind of at a little stop point, I guess I wanted to just get some feedback. How did everyone like the last presentation?
Oh, I loved it. It was awesome.
All right, I'm glad.
I enjoyed it. I think the video link was fun, but also helpful. I liked how the discussion just kind of went free rein towards the end.
That happens a lot.
And that's fine. That's what I like about these. I see we had an hour booked for that workshop, and I mean, realistically, it could have been 30 minutes or even bookmarked for 20 minutes if you wanted.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that I'll take the blame for that. I probably should have done a couple more. I should have done a few more test runs and see how long the actual events run.
Yeah, and that's okay. I just, like I'm looking at the schedule now. Each of these things went significantly shorter, and now we have a 1 hour break. So it's just a lot of break in what's like a 6 hour
Yeah,
event.
I don't know about others, but I tend to talk fast when I get so.
Yeah, I see.
There's the provost.
Hello, Provo.
Oh no.
I love it.
But yeah, as far as scheduling, I mean, you could have, and not necessarily that you had more to put, but you could have made a slightly busier schedule or shortened the length. Again, like next time you do it, just keep those in mind. It's up to you. You're
Yeah,
the leader.
it's one of those things. I've been out of the game for a little while.
That's
but
okay. I noticed,
that's okay.
like for example, at the last one, so the last one was all four lodges, and the one before that was Flames. Both of those had a lot more involvement from apprentices. Like Flames, there were a number of Flames apprentices that presented something, and at the Equinox, there were a lot of apprentices from all lodges that had something to contribute. I realize this is the first one of the term, and it probably is hard to wrangle up students in the short amount of time you had.
Yeah, that was experience I had.
Wrangling students is always an
Right?
experience.
The other benefit to having more people present, even in smaller time frames, is that you at least get a larger turnout. Like we had student leadership and me.
Apprentice leadership. But carry on.
Apprentice leadership, and I'm here representing Gray Matters, and we have Provost Kingsley who attended, and that's the extent of our turnout. I'd like to see a little more engagement, though I don't know how much control you have over that.
Are we live on
I think we should be.
Discord?
Yeah.
We are live, indeed.
We are live on YouTube and Discord right now. No, I don't believe we are.
No,
we are on.
We're not streaming through Discord, just through YouTube.
No, but we are on YouTube, and I did point out the link has been posted on Facebook and in the Gray School Discord as well. So people have been made aware of it, and I'm hoping we have some viewership there. I'm not sure. But anyway, so welcome to the Stones Lodge. Hope you all enjoy here. So right in this exterior space, we got our little garden beds and our benches. I hope you enjoy that. So we have some plants growing there. I wanted to point out over here in this corner, we have a green man and a cornucopia. So that's sort of a nod to the patrons spirits of the Stones Lodge, the Green Man and Demeter or Ceres. So they're there, and just sort of in spirit. And from there, just wanted to point out we have our little window over here to my left. What's up? Yeah, we have a little window over to my left, and of course that'll play a part later, but we have that out by the garden, so we could bring your vegetables over and bring them down. But right here we have our room. So this is sort of our opening. Oh, hello. We had more coming. Okay, I guess it's just us.
Oh, where did you go?
Oh yeah.
I'm following along with you. I just am doing it with the camera because my man is hard to move.
Oh, that's no problem. That's no problem at all. So as you get in here, we have our little rug laid out. I have a jackalope on the wall there, and a fun little creature. Now behind this door, you'll see this cabinet, and I have a few consumables for anyone who wants. So those are some seasonal treats. So you can get objects if you want those. Those are fun little stuff.
Fun.
Yep. We got some books over here on our shelves. And that's just the first room. I wanted to keep it very open, kind of a free walking plan, just to not overwhelm anyone and when they just came in. So up here we have kind of a lounge area. and of course, on the wall you could see we have some posters of some musical artists. I, of course, put Elvis Presley, the king of rock and roll. Both as a nod as, hey, it's rock music, isn't, haha, that's funny. But also, Elvis Presley himself is a Capricorn, born on January the 8th. So were he in the gray school, he would be a stone, which I think is kind of neat. Additionally, we have Muddy Waters and B.B. King, who are very influential and important blues artists, which influenced rock and roll music as well. So I want to give a little bit of blues influence. We have our record player and our box of records here, just sort of to give a little thing for the idea that where music and Stones, we're thought of as very serious-minded and no nonsense and goal setters. But I also wanted to say, hey, we appreciate art. I have a bookshelf here, all kind of like manga and stuff here, and over here next to our records, we have a Uzaki-chan manga there, and which I thought it would be a fun little nod, because if you were to look in the the Gray School Discord, you see I advertised a recent Stones meet and greet with a picture of this character, so I thought it would be a fun little Easter egg for anyone who wanted that. So. Over here we have our balcony. And, of course, this is... Oh! Sorry about that. The chair's acting a little weird. I gotta mess with that later. But yeah, so over here I have a little... Oh! He's flying! He's flying! But yeah, we have our succulents and our little plant here, so people can enjoy here. Here is my my carrot armchair, which I think is just kind of funny. But hey, you could always enjoy that. Take turns sitting down there. I leave that out for anyone who wants to enjoy that. So I like setting motifs of a lot of succulents and a lot of rabbits around here. A lot of things there. So it's a fun chair. I like that one.
It is a fun chair.
Yeah, that one was a gift. I got that many years ago. I forgot who exactly gave that to me, but that one was quite fun. So if you go back downstairs, there's the lower area of the exterior, which I like quite a lot. Oh, not there. Wrong door. That is... Oh, I got turned around. Here we go. Here we go. So this is the lower part of the balcony. I set out some desks here for people to work. I kind of hoped apprentices would come here and to do a little studying here in World. I thought it would be fun. I got a little mascot here. This is a little wolf plush. I thought, because we have our wolf on our lodge banner, and of course he gives out cookies, which I found rather charming. But yeah, we got more succulents and plants here, and of course an area to work. We also have our little wolf tapestry and some crystals, and this is a fully animated meditation area. So if anyone wants to meditate, they can enjoy this tatami mat here. It allows them to do some meditation.
I can focus on the beautiful wolf and the crystals.
Yeah. So, hey, so if you want to take a picture of that, you can. Anyone you want to have meditate, but yeah, it's very good. And
I got a picture of it.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. And then finally we have wrong door. The basement. The basement. Yeah. Stop.
You found the wall.
For balloon. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. So I wanted to show off this area. This is actually my office. So I'm sitting on the arm of the chair, not in the chair. Let me fix that. Sit. There we go. Kinda.
Pumpkin Bulbasaur?
That is a pumpkin Bulbasaur.
Hold it.
A-
Sit right there. Sit right there.
Let me just get myself back into the chair where I wanted it. The animation was a little bit off center. But there we go. That's better. Yeah. So this is my office area, So this is my desk. You can see I got a wand here, a harmonica, a little bit of some books. My little computer, other stuff. But you can see the flooring here is a Roman labyrinth because I'm quite fond of those. I like the sort of squared off pattern and stuff. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it walkable, but I think it's a really cool repeating pattern. I got some rabbits in here, of course, and my Roman flag there in the corner. And of course, yes, and I have a fishing rod and a tackle box back here, so I can go fishing later.
You put a lot of energy into this.
Yes. Oh, and if you see down here, I have potatoes. So this is sort of a chute that leads from the garden down here, and this is like a store of extra food for the Stones Lodge. But unfortunately, it's been here a while, and this potato here seems to have come alive.
Potatoes.
Yeah.
Potatoes.
So this is a fun area. This is my office, and I hope to spend some more time here during the term. But yeah, I had a lot of fun decorating the lodge, and this area in particular has gotten me a lot of compliments. So this area and the balcony and the lower area, the exterior areas, I've gotten a lot of compliments for. So. I don't know. I hope I did decently. Well, and yeah, that's sort of the lodge. So if you have any questions or comments, by all means, tell me what you think. And that kind of concludes.
What stone did you use to build this building?
What stone did I use?
Yeah, what stone?
Oh,
that would be a question for.
Yeah, the actual area of the lodge, the physical building was gifted by the school. It's preemptive, but it looks very neutral gray, so I kind of imagine it to be, granite slabs or those kind of dark, sturdy building stones.
The outside is made from Wisconsin red granite, in case you were curious.
Oh, is it really?
Thank you.
That's very nice. Yeah, so then I guess my instincts were correct. I thought it was granite too.
So that worked out.
So yeah, that's the lodge. I hope you enjoyed looking it over, and certainly I hope to have you all around here again soon, if whenever you care to visit, or certainly on Stone's Meet and Greets nights. We're going to have another one next month, towards the end of November. So.
I wonder if we might try to get in this balloon for a picture.
See if everyone can get in there. I'm in.
Hold on just a moment. I gotta move the camera.
It faces you whatever direction it wants you to be in.
No, I'm able to manipulate it.
I think she meant for the direction of the avatars in the basket.
Oh, okay. All right, everyone smile.
Cheese!
Cheese.
Roquefort.
Excellent, thank you all.
Are you able to get in this basket as well, Fred?
I've been the guy behind the camera and not in any of the pictures. That's...
Well, good. Let me get a picture of you in the picture then.
Aw.
Common basket word.
No room to sit here. Try another.
All right. Now try. All right, stand by.
Thank you.
Yes. Alrighty, get all my junk off the screen here.
There are many years of my
Alright.
life where I am in no pictures.
How do I get back in that now? Camera controls, yes. All right, everyone. Say Robitussin.
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 Good form.
Free cola.
I gotta try and figure out how to get all my little things back on the screen.
Hey,
Right.
All right.
Excellent.
Oh,
Oh no! Where are we going?
I don't know.
Are you the Great Wizard Oz?
Yes, pay not attention to the wizard behind the balloon. Oh, there's jazz over here, you guys. We've flown into a storm of jazz. To swing our way right back out of that.
Storm of jazz.
We're going full B movie.
Well, it's a Bollywood film. Don't worry about it. There we are. A nice little jaunt. A jaunt-a-bot.
Well, thank you. That was lovely.
Yes, I'm happy to have been your captain today. Remember to tip in large denomination currency.
Maybe we'll find some gold.
Right.
I was gonna say. Well, I'll leave that for you guys, Stones Lodge. You have a balloon now. Use that wisely.
I don't.
Maybe the real gold is the friends we made along the way.
Speaking of
Gold
which,
in your heart all along.
let me tell you guys a story that happened to me today. So, as you may or may not know, I made plans today because I wasn't invited. But I made some plans. Arthur and I went out to the pumpkin patch. It was a lovely day. We went to the corn maze, all the good jazz. And as it happens, in the corn maze today, as we were trying to find this coupon, we were going in all different ways. We knew the way out, but we were looking for the hidden coupon in the corn maze. And so we had made a few jokes that, oh, well, maybe the real coupon are the friends you made along the way, just like you just said. Very funny. Well, as we're going around, we were approached by three just frantic children who tell us that their mom has collapsed. She's out cold.
Uh-oh.
So I was like, well, kiddos, you go left here because you'll need to go get water and things. You tell me where to go. So we go up, and Arthur and I are following the road, and we come across two ladies. One of them is just completely foobarred. She's way out of it. The other one is near on the same level because she's panicking. She's like, "Stay awake, bitch! Stay awake!" That's what she was saying. So it was. So she was going at it. It was good stuff, and they were in a tough way. So I came over and said, "Here's some water. Tell me what's happened." We had a brief conversation. I said, "All right." The lady was kind of with it, and I had her put her arms on her shoulders across her chest and asked her to talk to me. Alphabet, how was her day, all those kinds of things, until she was feeling a bit with it. Got some water into her, got her hair off her neck. I had a hair tie because I'm a long-haired hippie. But I gave her a hair tie so she could tie her hair up off her neck. And we talked a little bit until she was feeling better. She was complaining that her fingers were very numb. And it could be, heat stroke, it could be medication. I'm not a doctor, I don't know what that could be. But I said, well, that's all right. Do you mind if I feel your hands, touch your hands? She said, "Oh, please." So I'm feeling her hands, and they're a little cold. And I said, all right, we'll put these in the sunlight. Do you eat a lot of bananas? And she goes, yeah, I do. I said, all right, well, that may have something to do with it. What I'm going to have you do is I just want you to count back from 10 with me, and you'll feel a little bit better. That helps the mind sort of reorganize itself. And by doing that, you're going to really kind of cement yourself here and now. You're going to be more conscious, and that'll help. So she does, and it did. And in the meanwhile, the kids have gotten back with help, and guy who owns corn maze trunks us through the corn maze to get us a path out, and she gets on the ambulance and all is well there. Bananas have nothing to do with anything, nor does the counting back from 10. But sometimes having achievable and realistic answers, things that you can think about, they help calm you down. So we did a bit of that. And she was all well. She was all well and good. And, you know, the ladies, they were going to be in a rough way if they hadn't calmed down a bit. So, anyway, they get on the ambulance, and the farmer man, he's like, hey, I really appreciate that. I was like, well, you know, one is glad to be of service, not to worry. We just, you know, we were just out looking for the coupon, as it were. But we've given up on that. You know, we're going to grab a few pumpkins. He goes, take as many pumpkins as you want. They're all free. You free pumpkins. I was like, oh, well, thank you. So it turned out, in fact, that the friends we made along the way were the coupon. So there you go.
Nice.
Ah!
That's amazing.
Wow!
And magical neighborly pumpkins to decorate High Spire for the season.
Yes, and now those pumpkins are out front of High Spire, looking quite handsome. And it just was a good thing I was in the place when I was, because goodness help them, they were going a bit nuts. But calm voice, you know, all that, it was good. It was just a lovely thing. So I thought I'd share that story with you guys today. And the fact that you mentioned that when you did, I was like, oh, perfect. I'm going to share the story now. So there you go.
Well done. And yet another example. This it was a focus I brought in towards the end of my workshop. That is another example of wizardry being a part of everyday life. Where
Well,
that helping
yes.
people to focus and being of service to the community is very much about wizardry.
Yeah.
And they were out looking for pumpkins, and oh look, because it's something that's come up in conversation at meet and greets and other moods is how do you bring your wizardry path into your mundane life?
Well, the first mistake is thinking there's such a thing as a mundane life. And the second
True.
thing is that there's always an opportunity to do something. It's just whether or not you decide to do something. It's like I could have not helped those people. I didn't have to. I was under no obligation to help them. But I like helping people, and I thought, that's probably I could probably lend a hand here. And, you know, but that's the thing. That's the thing as you kind of grow in your wizardry, as you do these sorts of things, you just realize that there are a lot of things, opportunities for you to take. And if you choose to take them, and then you have the responsibility of following through with them, then good for them. You know, I think that's quite good. But yes, this is the thing, you know. No mundane life, not a thing. Life itself is fairly magical. Wizardry is a utilization of many, many, many tools, right? Sort of like a builder's kit of tools for life. And if you're keen, if you're clever, then you'll be able to use those tools to give yourself the leg up in opportunities that you wouldn't have otherwise taken. And then you construct for what others perceive to be a magical life. And in truth, you're just living the life you'd live all the way, and hopefully helping others as you do so. It's quite good. I'm afraid I need my stuff. I'll be right back, because this pipe is empty. I shall return in a moment.
Ah.
It must have the little wisps of wizardly smoke circling about thine head.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's
Yeah, I have met Provost personally, and half the time when he's talking, I picture him Gandalf. That's just what comes into my head. Yeah, that pipe Minton was just like, oh, yes, well, you know, must have the wizardly smoke circling about. I need to go and do another bit of caregiving oversight here, and I shall be right back.
That's perfectly all right.
Yes, well, I'm back, equipped, as it were. So yeah, pretty interesting day so far, I'd say. Sort of synchronicitous, if you will.
Yeah, well, perhaps things really do happen for a reason. That's good.
No, they don't. But you can give things a reason after they happen, and that makes them meaningful, which is an even greater magic than trying to read the heavens for the reason why. So, you know, that's me. But hey.
Valid. Okay.
Based. Good
Yes.
Lord.
Yes, based. Basted whiz-pilled.
Oh, yeah. You killed me!
Oh no! What have I done?
I can see it now. My article's going to be like, Stone's moot ends in tragedy.
No!
Good show.
Good form. Good form. Oh God, I've recovered, but that was rough. That was close. I almost flung myself from the tower. I didn't know if there was anything worth living after how funny that was. This build is something I'm using now in my everyday life, for sure.
You're welcome. Oh man.
That's funny. Yeah, it was a cool experience. You know, I met the farmer guy. I got some stuff set up for next year so he can deliver some pumpkins to the manor for me, which is even better than getting them yourself. And I left my card because I always think that's a good thing to do. McEnroe, thank there. I see you've got a bit of the old whiz whistle cooking. What's that?
That's some that's hot chocolate from Blue when she hosted one of the Waters meet and greets, I think, like a year ago.
That is some hot chocolate. Good lord. That's got the full... It is a cold day here on campus, it seems.
Right? Look at all that steam.
Yeah, that is some hot chocolate.
Yep.
That's good stuff. I used to have a hot chocolate, but that might be on the other thing. Prentice Fred, I called you Frederick there. Would you
Which
like
would
this
not
picture?
be incorrect necessarily.
Well, I might call you Frederick then, because I quite like Frederick as a name. It's got a bit of the kick buttness to it. I won't lie.
Yeah.
That's up there with Nicholas, you know.
It is almost, but not quite.
That's good save. That's wise. that's important. All right. Would you like this picture?
Where do y'all want to stand?
Oh well, I mean the one I took with this balloon.
Oh yes. I don't have a good way for you to send that to me.
How
Would you
about
like to...
through Discord
Sure.
or email? I see you were getting there. Either or.
Word is fine.
All right. Let's see here. Let me do generals to it.
Are you in Discord?
I am soon to be in Discord. Save picture as balloon. Stonesby. Okay, save. Well, how's everything else going on today, you guys? I'll ask Frederick. Thank you, Stones Prefect. You clearly have a bias. I'm gonna ask the news.
Oh, fair, okay.
So,
Tell me, good Gray Matters, what goes?
So today is, of course, reserved for the moot. And then afterwards, I finish writing things up because we're under the gun to get the essay put in for the next edition, which I'm not really sure when the deadline is, but sooner is better.
It was yesterday.
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Well, so I'm still waiting on Dean and Servio to create a sub-forum so we can get things more organized.
I don't know if he can create a sub-forum. I can create a sub-forum, though, if you'd like me to, or I can try.
Would you please create a sub-forum within the club's department?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let me do that. I'll send you this picture, and I'll whip it right up.
Excellent. And then I will post some threads. Am I able to pin them, or should I request that you pin them at some point?
I don't know if you can pin them or not. Let's find out. Let me get this picture majigger first. Balloon, I named it, or stones, or God, this is why I should really keep names on track.
Because I've got a couple of different recurring themes for like series in Gray Matters. I've already got a couple I'm ready to submit. I've sent them over to Dean and Servio, but like I would like more structure, and it's hard to do that with one thread.
Yes, that's my spirit animal. That. All right. Let me see what I can do here.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Oh, I can create something. Oh, look at that. Fantastic. Gray matters, and I will even use the gray matters picture. All right, one moment.
Oh,
my
here,
good wizard.
Mason, are we on downtime right now for the moot?
Yes, I was just about to say, you know, if everyone's enjoying everyone's company, you're perfectly free to stick around and chat. But yeah, we're basically on break till 2 because that is as the schedule reads.
That's Pacific time.
Yes, for the next 50 minutes.
What is that in real people time?
50 minutes.
Thank you.
Also 50 minutes, yes.
5 p.m. Eastern time.
Dope. That's enough time for pizza. I have class to teach at 6, though, you guys. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Which one is that?
I'm typing, so I can also talk. Apparently.
Okay.
It's Wizardry 100.
Oh, okay.
Lesson,
Were you
5.
also doing a wizardly perspective, or did that not?
I was going to, but no one signed up for it, so I didn't do that one. I don't have
That's
time to do it
unfortunate.
all if no one's there. Yeah, it is.
Oh dear.
But
I would have signed up, but we had like a 2-week lead time, and I wasn't able to rearrange a couple of weekends. So.
No, that's fine. Well, you know, I would be willing to do it if you could get a few people together. I'll post something up on the forums again.
Okay.
Maybe. Probably January.
Yeah, that should give people enough time to plan for it.
Yeah, I'm pretty busy this month though, so that's gonna be out this month. And
Well, yeah,
December,
no,
I'm
I'd expect November and December would not be good for literally anybody.
No, it's true. Everyone hates those months as well, so it's just, you know, what are you
So
gonna do?
busy.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, as we said earlier, it's eating holidays. Lots of eating goes.
I'm happy with that. You know, someone the other day asked me, kind of, they were being a bit snarky, but they, you know, are you gonna get any taller? I said no, but I do plan to get a little wider. So.
Oh, do not plan on that. That's gonna happen one way or another. Don't encourage it.
Just
Well,
anticipate that it shall
I
happen.
have that crazy mountain to get up every day. You know,
Oh,
every
sure.
day I go up and down that. So
You'll-
I
you'll
could
be
eat
fine.
like exactly. You know,
You'll
my
be-
arch nemesis up there. It's a whole can of beans.
Oh, just wait till you start climbing trees to trim off limbs. That's gonna make it even more.
All right, Frederick, would you like comments and reactions, or comments with upvotes and downvotes?
Comments with reactions, please.
Okay, comments with reactions it is.
Or 500 turbos.
All right, for 500, yes indeed. The icon label for best answer will be a little tag. Turns out. Solved feature pinned. Oh, look at that. Can we monetize this? We can, but we're not going to.
You can monetize anything.
Yeah, well, it says, would you like to monetize this category? Well, I'm not going to monetize this category. Logged in members. Selected members. Would you, is this for just the club?
So I was expecting this to just be for Gray Matters.
Okay.
And any of the apprentices and magisters were contributing for a way for us to better organize our submission.
Okay, well, that's fine. I will do
Not
that
just-
for you.
Not as a place to put the submissions, but just to organize everything. Who's going to edit who's signing up for what essay, that sorts of stuff.
Yes, I think I have to add a new badge then. That's what that sounds like to me. But I can do that.
Well, I'm excited. I see a robe is on the way to my address.
Oh, and I spit on it too before it came there, so it's, you know.
You want to know what I did last night?
What
I
did
s-
you do last night?
I sewed
No,
all
no.
all my patches onto my current robe, and so when the new robe, the new
Oh,
robe,
no.
I was just like, oh man, I'm getting impatient. So I did it, and so now when the new robe gets here, I'll get to cut the patches off of the old robe and sew them onto a new robe.
How exciting! Hopefully, you're following all the regalia rules for patches and things.
I have.
Hate
It's
that.
the
All right.
it's the pinkadoosh on the right shoulder.
The what? The what on the right?
How
shoulder?
how do I pronounce it then?
Definitely not penkadoosh. It's
No?
no, no, that's not it.
There's
Penkadoosh.
no H.
Okay. Pinkadoosh on the right
Yeah.
shoulder.
I'm writing that one down because that's something I'm going to call somebody.
Should I include that in the Gray Matters?
It's pretty funny.
Oh,
If we
man.
had a little comic that went with it, that'd be pretty humorous. We'd have
Yeah.
Two
Yeah.
comics. Anyone here draw anything?
I can
I
draw a
can do stick
pinkadoosh.
figures. No, you
Oh.
can't.
I do also stick figures.
Actually, you know what? I'll just have the Pinkadoos in one frame, and then the Pinkadoosh, whatever I think that might
Oh
be,
my
in the
goodness.
other frame.
This is, you know,
Pronunciation
Is that the
That's it. That's the whole thing.
is that the wizard version of what Mr. Will actually?
I think it's something I'm going to call someone in anger one day.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was thinking that actually. Yeah,
That's
we're
getting
probably a
heard
wizard.
someone in an
It's a
argument
wizard
one day,
swear.
for
It's a
sure.
wizard.
Yeah, it is. It is a
Pinkadoosh.
wizard swear.
Provost Kingsley, I don't ever really want to argue with you, but I would be honored if you
Yeah.
would use that were that ever to occur.
Oh,
Well, I'll keep that on the
Goodness.
back burner. You know, I'll have it ready.
Thank
Oh,
you,
I've
good
got a
sir.
little reporter's hat for the icon for the Gray Matters badge.
Ooh.
That's
Oh, nice.
excellent. Oh my goodness. Okay.
See, this is why it's fun to hang out at the Gray School of Wizardry.
You know,
Well, I'll say something for the live peoples or for your newspaper. It's a good thing. This is an excellent reason to come to these sorts of things because you do get a little bit. You get to talk right with a prefect. You get to talk right with a captaincy. Sometimes an administrator or a faculty member shows up and you can get some stuff done real quick. I think it's very, very beneficial. Plus all the cool stuff that gets presented. Are we doing essays this time?
Unfortunately, we didn't get a lot. So that we kind of folded that in with the Bardic Circle. We do have an essay shared by apprentice Sella Nix, but otherwise it's mostly just stories and Bardic tellings.
And Apprentice Marquaddle did a video that got accidentally posted to the Lodge forums.
Hold on.
But I've been restraining myself and haven't watched it.
You move it for him?
I did not know how to do that.
Yeah, learning opportunities are just around the corner. One moment while I finish making this thing for the good wizard Frederick.
See, we're always learning at Gray School.
Well, one would hope. It is a school. That's-
That's the whole point.
yes, we hope so. Alright, who else needs to get into this? Okay.
We'll say, if nothing else, we have expanded the lexicon greatly at this moot.
Oh dear God.
Yes, we
If nothing else, having added 2 great new terms to the wizardly lexicon, I'd say the resounding success.
very much so. Very much so.
I think I fixed it, you guys. I think it should work now.
Excellent.
Nope, just kidding. I've broken some other stuff. One moment.
Oh dear.
Well, any kind of computer program, anything involving a computer program, you fix one thing and then another thing goes, wait, I don't want to.
Yeah, it's more like fix 1, 3 break.
Oh, now you need to adjust these 3 things.
Yeah, if you're a person who participates in online games and sort of always patched things, you always find that really fun thing. It's like, when the developers tell you, we fixed this one thing. Oh yeah, but remember that glitch from like 3 years ago? It's back.
I also like day 1 patches. You pre-order a game, you get the physical copy of the disc, and before you've even had a chance to put it into your machine, they've rewritten the entire thing, and it all has to be re-downloaded anyways.
I'll tell you, they need to make certain files need to say, do not delete these files. Because there was a time back in college when I was playing with my roommate's computer, and there was a file that was in the way of what I was doing, so I deleted it, and suddenly his computer stopped working.
Oh no.
Oh.
Configure.sys file. Before it was like not easily accessible. It like you delete that thing and computers just stop functioning.
Yep.
He was so mad.
I can imagine.
He was so mad.
Well, it doesn't have a picture on it like the other ones do for some reason. But it does exist now, so that's a win.
Function over form.
Yeah, sometimes that's the way, I'm afraid. It is gray at the very least, so there's
Excellent.
some you've got to stick on theme. Now, if I could borrow 2 people, or all of us really, I don't mind. If you just go to the club forums for me, all of you presently should see no new topics there.
I am reloading as we speak.
I found the Gray Matters file.
File?
Well,
No,
the
no,
forum.
that's
The
just
forum.
a thread.
Gray Matters. Extra. Read all about it.
Yeah, but that's because you're a moderator.
Oh. Okay.
Only Fred shouldn't be able to find it right now.
Excellent. And I'm the one who needed it.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
I see.
So that is correct. I see all of the old clubs, and I do not see Gray Matters yet.
Excellent. Very good.
Oop,
Now
it just
I'll put this-
disappeared.
Well, it shouldn't have disappeared.
Oh, that's because
All
I'm in the wrong area. My bad.
Like to be. Now, my good Frederick, if you wouldn't mind refreshing your page, you should also have a new badge on your account thing.
Okay, I see Gray Matters. And where do I look at my badges?
I don't know. I
Profile.
don't.
There we go.
Oh yes, there you are.
A reporter for our school paper, Gray Matters. Excellent. That
Yes.
is more prestige than I ever thought I would have.
Ah, that's how I feel every day.
I am grateful. Thank you.
One is glad to be of service.
Ooh, I'm gonna have fun with that tonight.
That's cool. So now we've got a little thing there, and be sure you let Dean and Servio know about that so that he can use it as well. Or I'll tell next
Well,
time.
I've,
We'll both
I've been
tell him.
trying to get him to make one for a week and a half now, so he'll be glad to know it's been done.
Yes, well, I'm swift like that. Swift even.
Fair enough. I am going to go get some food, so I shall return in a little bit.
Well, very good. I'm also going to get food, and if you guys haven't already done so, you should go like my post welcoming our new professor to the school.
I saw that.
I saw it in multiple locations, but I only liked it one spot. I don't
Like it
everywhere.
every... Yes,
Like it everywhere.
I'm gonna go get food as well.
Excellent. I believe we're going to be at the Assemblyum when we restart at 2.
So where?
The Assemblyum. Where all the bleachers are.
Over here. I'll go sit there.
This way.
He's got like the little fire in the middle.
Huh, I don't know as if I've ever been there. Oh, like the Market Square place?
Mm.
Yeah, where we sit with the fireplace. It's Assemblyum. I love the steam that's following Captain McAfee.
That's your doing.
Kappa. Well, if you ever want to put the cup down, just let me know and I'll tell you how to take it off.
I don't. I like it. I put it back on every time I do.
Well, thank you for showing me this. I have been here before. I did not know it was called the Assemblyum. And I will be away for a little bit.
I think we all are going to be. Shall
Yeah.
we return? On.
And so tolls the 5th bell. Well met, wizards. Sniffle at me?
Hello.
What was that?
I am sniffing at you.
To you as well. Have you just read a very, very sad book?
A horribly sad book.
Hmm.
Well, I went out and I had to puff off my pipe, and tobacco like makes my nose run.
Why would you smoke it?
I don't know.
You'd need to. It's, well, fair enough, man. You know, if you like your runny nose, you do you. You gotta take it. You gotta go. Oh, I mean, for nicotine, maybe for sure, but you know. When did you start smoking, Mac and Rothaic?
Well, my first cigarette, I was about 10 years old, and
That's too young for cigarettes, Mac and Rothaic. Poor
way,
fish.
way too young. And then
I hope you're not giving that to your children as well. How old are they now? 1 and new? No
Yes.
smokes.
Yes, no smokes. For
You
that.
have a new as well?
My wife is pregnant right now.
You
She's
have it in process.
yeah, she's 4 months in, or almost 4 months in.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
it's
Awesome.
exciting.
The really fun thing about having kids is we get to not do the things that people did with us as children that we're now as adults going, why in the world did they do that? Like, first cigarette at 10 years old. We know to keep an eye on them.
Yes, definitely.
We're gonna go for a walk in the woods. Oh no, you're not. Alright, let's go.
Right.
I'm coming with you. It's a family field trip. I got accused of being a very not overprotective parent, and I was like, yeah, no.
Agreed.
Mason doesn't know where we are. So I took the chance to do a little playing with creating for grade school. He told me he wanted to be here. Oh no, he's doing his thing. My bad. Let's go to prefix Mason.
Isn't the next thing at the assembly though?
May well. Thought I'd show you to your people.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
How we doing? I trust everyone had a good break, good lunch.
Indeed, indeed.
I made pizza myself. It was quite delicious.
Uh-huh.
I had to throw some at the cat, but that's all right, you know.
Oh
Live and
no!
learn.
You threw some out the cup?
Yes, the new cat. We have a. It's not really. I don't know. I'm not willing to become emotionally invested in this animal just yet, but it is killing all the mice, so that's super useful. So it's become a work cat, and I tossed it a piece of pizza for good form.
More cat. Okay, fair enough.
I had leftovers myself. Okay. I need to pause my mic for a moment.
What is this? Is this a? My gosh, what is this?
What's what?
What the heck is this? Are there random upside down tables about?
I don't know.
I am back.
Welcome back.
As I get to finish my leftovers. It's better last night when it was hot.
All right.
Another dinner tonight. I don't have to cook. Yay. Son-in-law are cooking for me, so that works.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
It's always nice when someone else cooks.
Agreed.
Especially when I don't have to do the dishes.
Oh, well, that is not the rule in this house. If I cook, I am definitely not doing the dishes.
All right. Well, welcome everyone. Hope you all enjoyed your break. Right now, we're about to start a talk on fortitude and sort of the things that you have to do when things get difficult, and to stand up against the circumstances of life, and all those wonderful things. So I am going to go ahead and host the talk, and then after that we'll probably go straight into any conversation that might elicit, and then we have some other things to share after that.
Before you do, I must bid you guys adieu. I'm afraid I don't have time to watch a video. I've got to pop out. I thought we were going to do a little talking, but that's okay. I wish you all the very best, and I look forward to seeing you when next we meet.
Oh, well, thank you so much for being here.
You as well, sir.
Oh,
Thank you
bye.
for joining us.
Yes, I had forgotten that we had talked about utilizing the other space. So,
Yeah.
over here.
We could do it over here, or if you want to break up the segments, we could just have a walk over there. Either way.
I think we're all here, so.
Yeah, we're all here. All right.
Or,
Fortitude.
Yes, fortitude. All right. Let me just open up my notes. There it is. Fortitude. All right. Well, thank you so much all for being here. Of course, this information will be newer to some than to others, but I felt wanted to elucidate some of this. So, the motto of the Stones Lodge, translated from Latin, is strength, integrity, greatness of soul. Being a stone to me has always spoke to an ideal of mental toughness. So, being able to keep going in the face of whatever may come. So that comes to today's talk on fortitude. We live in an era where more than ever mental health is a topic of discussion, and we're becoming more aware of it. We're moving on as a society where it's okay to not be okay, if you want to, if you like that phraseology. We can't help but think that's probably a positive thing. Still, as an individual and as a leader, I'm reluctant to overshare. I don't want to give the impression I'm looking for pity or for validation. But I do want to be the kind of leader, friend, and apprentice wizard who can support others. So I think upon reflection, in order to be the kind of person who can support others when they're in pain or when they need advice, I need to set an example and be willing to be a little bit vulnerable here. So since fortitude is kind of an empty word if you're not being tested, at least that's how I feel about it. So I hope this talk isn't overly indulgent, but I am going to share a little bit of my inner world here, I suppose. So I have battled with depression, but I am doing much better. I won't go into a lot of detail other than to say that I have had long periods where I was anxious, I had low energy, I was tired of losing track of my time and my goals. I finally worked up the courage to ask for help, and I've been able to improve my life with medication and talking to some people. But there's more work to be done, and I'm really glad to be making some progress. I knew I wanted to apply for apprentice leadership this term because I wanted to serve somebody else. I felt like I could contribute again, and this was a great opportunity to do so because I had greatly loved being an apprentice leader in the past, and I thought this is a place where I could help some people, so I felt like it was time. But what I didn't expect is when I was running to be prefect this term, that I was going to have a lot of responsibilities related to my family life, particularly the worsening of my father's health. My father is schizophrenic, and this is a fact that was hidden from me during my childhood, but it makes a lot more sense in hindsight. Now he has some dementia symptoms, and while he hasn't been diagnosed officially yet with anything, we are working to help him to get the help that he needs. Since we aren't qualified to give that help, we're not doctors or nurses, but my brother and I do take care of him on a bi-weekly basis. We spend 1 week at home, normally, and 1 week where we care for him at his home. On the weeks that I am off, my uncle and his partner care for him. It can be stressful and overwhelming, and I think I'm getting better to care for him week to week, though. I come home less exhausted than I used to. After these weeks with him, I am getting better to anticipate his needs. I'm getting better as a caretaker, and I'm becoming possibly more empathetic. And I'm really starting to fall into this role. It's not a role that I thought I would be taking up, but it is one that life has given me, and it's something that I just thought maybe it would be helpful to talk about that. However, while this was happening, 1 week after I returned home, I found that my dog had died. This is a dog I had for pretty close to 12 years. So my dog Karma had passed away, and that was pretty hard. So yeah. So now the question is fortitude. This can be a lot. I can admit it's a lot. But there are people who have it worse, and I know this. There are people who are happier with me than I am with worse problems than I have. Because as cliche as it sounds, happiness is a choice, chemical imbalances notwithstanding. You can choose how you choose to respond to things. You could say, oh, this is overwhelming, and check out. Or you could say, people still need me, and you can choose to do things in the light of these things. And I want to use the language of choice and agency because this is what I feel what fortitude means and what perseverance means and what all of this means. You have to make a choice, because even not making a choice is making a choice. If you're not making deliberate choices in your life, choices will be made for you. So the question for, so what's the takeaway? Well, simply put, the world doesn't stop because you're sad, or going through something difficult, and you still have to eat, you have to pay bills and generally live. You can ignore them, but opportunities and synchronicities will keep coming along if you're willing to look for them. If you shun them, you will not be excused because you were in a bad mood. You're still shut the door yourself. By the same token, if you take a breath and treat your day with discipline, whatever does come, and accept the challenges with dignity, you may find you're stronger than you thought. Stronger than you ever thought you were capable of. Much like the metamorphic rock we discussed during Rock's Rock, I'm being transformed by the heat and pressure. I'm changing for the better, I think. Becoming wiser and more empathetic. The story, of course, has been very personal, and I hope it wasn't too self-indulgent. But I wanted to express fortitude in something strong and get across the fact that, while I have problems, I don't think hiding them from my fellow apprentices is really the aim. It doesn't really, protecting everything's fine is not helpful, and I thought maybe by sharing something today, something a little bit vulnerable, something a little bit, difficult to talk about, I could at the very least show that I'm having these experiences, and I kind of have a frame of reference. So hopefully, I think this is the kind of life experience that helps grow a person. I think this is the kind of life experience that helps a person advance in a number of ways. And I think, I guess at the end of the day, this is somewhere where we would move to a different place. So I guess with that, I kind of wanted to open up the floor for one, just get impressions, and also maybe ask everyone here if they feel moved to do so, to share something. If something is difficult, if a time you've shown fortitude, and to really zero in on the themes we've discussed today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mason. This is well put and a very brave thing to do. It is hard to open yourself up to others. To put trust in others. And I am so glad that you're getting better. And I hope that your father keeps improving. And that you get it figured out, what's causing the new symptoms. I'm very sorry to hear about your puppy. I know that I, for one, am glad to see you back on campus more and interacting with all of us. Definitely missed the Wizard Wednesdays. Oh, trying to, but I don't know. Think of a time where I showed fortitude. One, it basically is being stubborn fortitude. Stubborn can be a positive. I am currently rewriting my basic life rules. We're all taught rules as children. And then we live our lives according to those basic, some say moral values, some are moral values, some are rules. And many of the rules I was taught as a child do not work for a functioning adult. And I am currently deliberately rewriting my rules and kicking out the old ones. And I am being very stubborn about it. And I have to watch myself because old rules, you're very comfortable with them. Your brain and your body are very comfortable with the old way. It knows it, it's done it, survived. Why don't we just keep doing that? And if you're not paying attention, you'll suddenly go, wait a minute. That's not who I want to be. And over 30 years ago in a job interview, they love to ask you, what is your biggest weakness and what is your greatest strength? And my answer to both is stubbornness. It can be a weakness, and shush. Peanut Gallery goes, that's true. It can be a strength. It depends on how you direct it. Where do you point your stubbornness? And I am pointing my stubbornness at becoming the person I want to be. Following rules that I approve of. That work for my life and work for the people around me. And it's not easy. It's a very scary thing to do. To look at your most deepest and basic reactions learn through your life and consciously decide that you're not going to do something anymore. And they go, we're going to do this. And then as soon as you rewrite your rules, life will go, okay, here's life happening. And you're like, okay, I'm reacting to that. I'm not acting upon it. And then you have to go, well, the new rule. And then if you're going to do something like that, one of the things you need to do is give yourself a different path to deal with what life's got going on. Don't just say, well, I'm going to do this, phrase stuff something positive. What I'm trying to think of something. And my brain's drawing a blank. But stubbornness, fortitude, devotion to purpose, determination. To me, that's all part of fortitude. And a part of that is talking with people, being open with them. And my D&D group shared a new rule with me. It's don't be the reason we can't have nice things. That one's actually really hard. I run up across that one all the time. What's the difference between tacky and cute? It's different for everyone.
That's true. That's true.
The trick is to find other people who find your cute and not tacky. Would you've ever gone around looking at the season's coming up, Christmas light displays? It is very easy to cross the line from decoration to I can see it from space. I know that wasn't as in-depth as what you did, Mason, but that's what I got.
No, I think that's really great, and yeah, that's actually a joke in a number of Christmas movies where they actually can see the lights from space. That's kind of a recurring gag in a number of Christmas specials I've seen. But no, I kind of hear what you're saying, but just I guess to backtrack a little bit, you had mentioned a lot, and I think, but what really kind of hit me was when you were talking about changing your life's rules and sort of the difference between what you had learned as a child and what you're trying to filter out and figure out now. And the thing is, particularly in terms of moral and social education and children's programming, this is like a no duh kind of thing, right? But when you say it out loud, but it doesn't always come across to everyone, I feel, which is things that teach children how to behave are marketed towards children. The ways in which they are teaching you to behave is how to be a well-behaved child. It is not how to be a functional adult. But there isn't really a point at which they sit you down and say, okay, now here's where you adjust your values because you're an adult now, and being a well-behaved child is not the same thing as being a functional adult. What we as a society decided to do is we look at you on your 18th birthday and say, well, you're an adult now, you're responsible for yourself, okay, good luck, figure it out. That's kind of...
Shove them out into the world. Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of what turning 18 is like. It's like, yeah, you could do all the stuff you couldn't before, except for drinking for some reason. You got to wait 3 years on that. But everything else, you could vote, you could smoke, just go for it. Go nuts.
We'll put you in a tank, give you a AK-47, but you can't have a beer.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, but that's what turning 18 is like, and it's one of those things where it stuck with me. Like I've been an adult for over a decade, it's like basically 2 decades, so it's like, it's getting crazy, right? It's like, it's nuts. Like, what are you supposed to do? It's something I've noticed, and it's something that I very much agree with what you've said, in as much as that there's a lot to it, and it's kind of what we discussed this morning when we were kind of talking about My Little Pony, right?
Exactly.
You figure out friendship in this like sterile kind of scientific space, because now friendship is a report, it's an academic subject. Well, in that same way, I think morals and social interaction can be broken down that way if you have the kind of mind that responds well to that. There could be a lot of merit in that. So I think that's kind of neat.
Yeah, it's that's something I'm a strong believer in. It takes a village to raise a child. Everybody needs a tribe. That's one of the things I feel about grade school. It's like grade school is a tribe. It's a tribe of people who come together and want to think and want to be of service to the world around them. And are just willing to think, to not just go have information handed to them and go, this is how you shall live your life. No. I have questions.
Right. It's more of a philosophical education. It doesn't tell you what to think. It teaches you how to think.
Exactly. And then it goes, and here's some interesting things to think about. And then, and if you actually pay attention, very frequently, all within the same class, it's going to tell you two directly opposite ways to do the same thing. And I've had my mind frequently go, well, which way is it? Well, depends on the circumstance, and both, and neither. And
Right.
wizards think a lot.
There is a subsection in the Grimoire for the Apprentice Wizard, and it's an excerpt from another published book by Isaac Bonowitz. I want to say it's Real Thaumaturgy. I think that's where it came from, something like that. But basically, there's a list of what they call the laws of magic, different from the rules of wizardry. Keep in mind, but they're called these are basically things like the law of non-contradiction, the law of attraction, and these are sort of like the sort of mechanics of magical practice. And so one of them, I believe, is the law of contradiction, which is basically tells you under a certain model, under a certain way of thinking, two things that are contradictory in and of themselves can be true at the same time based on context. And magic functions at multiple levels of reality at the same time. So when you're applying that to like real life and social circumstances, it's a little bit like Star Wars, right? It's like the whole Darth Vader killed your father versus Darth Vader is your father. Well, it's like, yeah, he did kill his father, but he's also is his father. It just depends on how you think about it, I guess.
Technically, he did kill his father because he was a different person. He changed.
Yeah.
But then he changed back, so did he resurrect his father as well?
Well, I mean, arguably...
At the end, he repented, so...
True, but arguably, Luke revived his father. He kind of believed in the goodness and was still alive, so in a way, he resurrected his own father? I don't know, we're going down a rabbit hole, I think. I think... but I think you understand what I mean.
Just keep swimming.
That is wizardly wisdom, I think. All right. Anyone else wanna join in?
I'd like to make a couple comments. Prefect Cunningham. First of all, that's a lot of information you shared with us. Thank you for trusting us. I don't think it's too self-indulgent. Personally, I like to get to know people on a more personal level, and something like that, which obviously a little painful, a little tough to get through, but you did it and you trusted us. I know Blue pointed out that many of us deal with not exactly the same circumstances, but some similar struggles. I personally have been taking medication for depression and anxiety for, oh dear God, almost 20 years. And in that time, I'd say probably it's been about the last 4 or 5 that I felt I've actually started taking more agency myself, taking control of situations, taking responsibilities, and actively working to improve my situation. And once my mind, it was like a light switch. Once that flipped, not necessarily did everything get easier all at once permanently, but things that would have been bigger obstacles for me were easier to get by. And I still struggle to this day. I mean, I don't think I'm ever going to be fully free. But the goal is always, over time, it gets easier, it gets less frequent, and you develop and adapt. And when you think of fortitude, or when I think of fortitude, that's my example that I am living fortitude. I've gone from a victim, something that the system has attacked, kept down, to someone who now works within a framework. It's a set of rules that I have, and I work to make them work for me. And I hope everybody gets to a point where they can handle everything that life throws at them. But I'm also very acutely aware that every person I encounter anywhere in this world is going through some similar struggle and is somewhere in the journey through that struggle. And some people never get beyond the first couple steps. Some people get all the way to the end and they've, mastered everything, and they do that for 40 years. And most of us all fall somewhere in the middle, where it's one step forward, two steps back sometimes. But progress is eventually made, and that's the goal. You just keep working at it, because once you give up, you don't make progress.
Fortitude is the very act of continuing.
Yeah. So again, thank you for sharing. I took a lot out of it, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm glad I was able to help, anyone in some small way. That's good.
It's recorded, so you might help more people than just us.
Exactly.
Well, I hope so. I certainly hope so.
Well.
Captain, you have any thoughts you'd like to share?
I've got all kinds of thoughts I would love to share, Prefect Mason. All kinds of thoughts. Thank you for your vulnerability and sharing your experience. It's got to be...
It's difficult when you become the caretaker.
Well, hang on. let me use my own words.
Yes, my apologies.
I appreciate you and your presence and the struggle. Whether you say it's a struggle or not, to me it sounds difficult. Caring for one's father. And you're also prefect of the Stones Lodge. And you're an apprentice here at the Gray School. And whatever other hats you're wearing outside of here. It's a beautiful story that you are writing and sharing with us and leading your lodge. And definitely, there's someone watching us right now. There's someone watching the stream right now, and it is being recorded, and I will try to upload this to the leadership account, the Gray School account. But Fortitude, also, Vice Captain Blue, thank you for sharing your experience as well, and your thoughts on Fortitude, and you as well, Apprentice Fred. It is an honor to get to be a part of this celebration of the Stones Lodge and getting to be here while we talk about Fortitude. And you, Apprentice Fred, you mentioned I can't remember exactly how you phrased it, but if we don't show up, then we're going to fail. And that's something that I alluded to in one of my papers advertisements to the school in regard to running for captain. Was like the only way we'll fail is if we don't show up or if we don't try, something to that effect. And when things get tough, and they always do, like Blue saying she's getting rid of her childhood rules and learning adult rules, or creating her own adult rules. And I personally know that whenever I think I've got a handle on life, that's when life's like, okay, Yahtzee!
Exactly.
Like I've got a truck. I just paid my family just moved across the country. My wife and I left California, drove across the country. I sold what I thought was a good truck in California, so that we didn't have to deal with it potentially breaking down in the middle of nowhere. Moved to Vermont, and I bought a new truck. Paid $6,000 for it, and it's not a brand new truck, and it's not an old beater, but like that's a lot of money. $6,000 is like not small potatoes to me. And it's sitting in the driveway. It's been causing me problems. I haven't been able to drive it more than like 10 miles for the last 2 months. It keeps stalling. I take it to a mechanic. They say, oh, it doesn't do it for us. And I've got clients that I got to go do work for. I got to go finish their projects, and they're asking me, when are you going to get here? It's been like weeks now since you've come to our job. And I've got a wife at home who's pregnant, and she's not able to work because her physical therapy license hasn't transferred to Vermont yet, and she's pregnant. So she's like, she's staying at home taking care of our son, and bills are coming due, and my clients are getting angry, and I'm frustrated and feeling like a failure because I can't get to work. And we just had a conversation like the end of last week where we both decided that I was going to borrow her vehicle to go finish my jobs. I roll up to this job in the rain, like it's downpouring, and the property manager says to me, well, today's a great day for you to come do the work, while they had said, if you don't come finish the job, we're going to hire someone else. And there's $3,000 sitting at this job that I got to go finish in the pouring rain. I'm there finishing this job. I bring a tent to set up over what I'm doing to finish it, and he's there. This guy's lecturing me about how I got to get my truck fixed and how I got to like show up to do the jobs. And I'm like, dude, I know, like, this isn't my first job, but like, my truck's broken. We just moved into town. It's all this stuff, and got through the day. It was like a 6 or 7 hour day in the rain. Finished the work, sent them an invoice. The work looks good. It's hard showing up for things in life. I mean, it's like the world is crazy right now. Like this, one could just like suppose that we're like on the brink of atomic warfare and just like go hide in the sand, bury their heads, and like, well, we still got to show up for ourselves and for our families and friends and our communities and our commitments. And it's been, I mean, we're only a month in, but it's been a pleasure so far getting to work with you and be a part of your journey here at Gray School and getting to learn from you. And I'm looking forward to much more time here with you guys. So yeah, thank you, Prefect Mason.
Thank you very much. We got a little bit of time left, and I think because we ended up hosting here, I'd like to have a little pilgrimage over to the Morning Glory Memorial, if that's okay with everyone.
It works for me.
Yeah, I think that might be a good capstone for our event today. Yeah, so as soon as I remember where I'm going, here we go.
Go towards the water lodge and hang a left.
Yeah, that's right.
Hang a left at the.
This is going to sound terrible, but I don't know where the Waters Lodge is from here.
Say it isn't so.
I am a member of the Waters Lodge. Could not locate it if I had to.
Yeah. Oh dear. You know,
Come off the pier and turn right and follow the blue. Well, I would say. Apprentice Fred.
Fun is about.
Oh, I don't remember that. That was.
So the memorial's back this way. That's right. It's back this way.
Talking about the lodges. Okay, let's go in.
Yeah, I know. It just kind of had a gravitational pull, don't you know? It's okay. It's all right. Everything's daijoubu.
We're all fine. We're all wizards here.
Yeah. So here's the Morning Glory Memorial.
Yes. I love this. This is the Morning Glory Memorial.
It's a beautiful building.
Between the stone and the morning glories that are growing on the walls. For those who had never met her or seen her picture, this is beloved Morning Glory.
Yeah.
Who supported Oberon in his dream of the Grey School of Wizardry and many others. They traveled with the unicorns together. And you can sit here.
Stop that.
Oh. I did
Is
it,
that
Morning
sneezes
Glory.
or bark?
What's that?
Is that sneezes or barks?
So that is my cat, and
Oh.
she has a sneezing problem. Like, we do a nebulizer every night for her. That takes like an hour, and God, that's really a lot of time. But she jumps up on my desk and starts sneezing when she's ready for dinner, which is at 7 o'clock, and it is 5:45, and you're not getting food yet.
Well, it was worth a try.
Yeah, it's worth a try every night, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe it'll work once. I don't know.
Someday you're not going to be paying attention, and it's going to happen.
Oh, well, see, what I tell them is they have to wait till 7 o'clock, but if they're not here exactly at 7 and, like, it's 7:02, they wander back, well, it's too late. I'll have to feed you tomorrow now.
Oh, no! Oh, no! How many cats
Somehow
do you
I
have?
don't entirely.
3 cats. And they are all 3 cats, and they are all very slight variations of the same visually same cat. They're all tigers.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I have 4 cats.
Nice.
Yes. I have 2 orange tabbies, and sort of like a gray and black
God,
kind of
that's
striped tiger thing, and a little gray cat.
Hang on, I gotta get some tissues. Be right back.
Oh, no problem.
Come on, kid.
I need to step away with my chi for a moment. But feel free to start without me if you else.
Oh, no problem. Yeah. So, have you ever been in this part of the campus, Captain?
Oh yes. I've explored campus top to bottom, inside out, because it's a wizarding world, like the Grey School campus. I love role-playing games myself, and I always walk around the outside of the maps looking for all the secret treasure and surprises, and have found many things on campus.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. You know, that's the thing that I always laughed about, like all the sort of young adult, like magic school fiction kind of stuff. Because you're watching Harry Potter, and there's these kids, and they're in their magic class, and they're like, "Oh man, there's just a bunch of homework. This is hard." It's like, excuse me, if I was learning magic instead of like American history, I think I would have paid a little bit more attention when I was in school. I don't know. I feel like I would have been a little bit more interested in what the teacher was saying. That's how I'm saying it.
Totally. Completely agreed.
Not that American history isn't an interesting topic in its own right, but you know what I mean. It's I feel like if if I was in a fantasy school learning learning magic, I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't have been that upset about having to go to school.
Right?
Grass is always greener, I guess.
So you're level 6 right now. How are your studies going? You're working towards. You're not doing your capstones yet, but where are
No.
you?
I think that I talked. I actually had an academic meeting and talked with some faculty members just the other day, and we went over a couple of things. But generally speaking, I have a lot of credits, but a lot of them are not related to my major. I kind of I kind of dipped around and took classes from all sorts of different departments, so I have a ways to go. But I did go through my schedule. I had a full 6 classes, but of the 6, like 3 of them I hadn't even started, and one of them I was like, okay, maybe I could circle back to this later. So I ended up clearing some space in my schedule. I've requested to be put into a couple of classes, which are some of the requirements for my major. So I'm pretty close to completing the classes I'm still enrolled in from previous time. So I'm making some momentum, and yeah, we're doing what we can, but we're doing good.
What's your major?
I am a performance magic major.
mentioned that.
Yes, and when I decided I was a lore minor because I rather like storytelling, but although I have taken a recent interest in hypnotism, so I might go psychic arts secondary so I can focus on that. I haven't decided.
Now, in the prestidigitation, what's your jam? What is it you like?
I'm not super skilled in prestidigitation, although I did take some interesting classes related to that. For instance, there's a class here at Grey School called The Elephant from Denmark and Other Math Tricks. So this is technically, these are all sort of like tricks that are, at least they generally have a numeric or number-based trick to them, and they're all pretty interesting. I'm not especially well gifted at math, but there was a lot of math-related courses on the Second Life campus when they were teaching classes at that time, so I ended up taking a lot of them. I actually am shockingly close to actually getting a minor in mathemagics, even though I'm terrible at math.
Good for you. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I'd have to double check and see if the standards have changed. But yeah, I actually think I'm fairly close to actually getting one.
Dean Xenia will be proud.
Yeah, I'm very bad at math. I'm very bad. That's why. That's actually part of the reason why I wanted to take so many, both for the challenge, and they also felt it's like, well, you know what, if we have an apprentice taking these classes who isn't especially confident in their math skills, then we'll know, and they're able to follow these classes, we'll know that they're well-written classes, because this isn't a school of math, this is a school of magic, so they shouldn't be incomprehensible if you're not exceptional at math,
Mm-hmm. That is well put.
So yeah, so that was quite funny. But yeah, I'm gonna probably be visiting this area a little bit more. I really like it a lot. And Morning Glory, just wanted to tell you, I did a thing today. I opened up. I'm a real boy. Well, thank you. Speaking of that, I heard that new Pinocchio movie wasn't too good. They did another remake. No. It's pretty much ADD. It's just because I said I said, oh, I'm a real boy. You know, I was joking around it, and that's what made me think of it. Now I do. Now, you know what? I really I should have come prepared. I should have come with a bunch of. I should have come with a bunch of puns. Oh well. What you gonna do?
There's always next time.
True.
I look forward to it.
Okay. Well, I am gonna step away for just a minute, but I will be back shortly.
Okay, bye-bye.
I am back. I heard him say he's stepping away.
Yep, you just missed him.
Oh well, I'll just go then. But I am gonna mute my mic again.
Fred, how are your classes going?
They're going okay. I'm not moving with quite the pace that I did last term. I enrolled in like the middle of June, and at the end of the term, I had gotten like some 26 or 28 credits. I'm not keeping up with that pace, but I'm still moving along.
I personally found the second level, the classes got a little bit more harder. They took me a little bit longer to do, and it's continued to get a little bit harder to move through. Like I was able to speed through the first level. Like, oh my god, you can bang those first level classes out. Just
right.
Just move, like take as many and just go.
Yeah, and like, let me see. I'm looking now. I have Intro to Herbology that I'm stuck on because I don't know how to draw a plant. I've got Intro and Overview to the Chakra System, which I took a course with Bernard Alvarez in Ceremonial Magic, and I like them. I just haven't been motivated to get beyond. I did the first assignment and got it back. I'm in Spellcraft 200. I'm at the lesson now is craft a spell, and like it's not so much that I can't do it, it's more anxiety of this is wizardry, right? This is the crux of magic.
Ooh, Fred, I want to interrupt with your saying that you're at that craft a spell part,
right?
If I shouldn't say if, I have found that when I'm doing things like that, if I do a whole ritual video and submit it to my professor, it doesn't guarantee me a spot, but it like really shows commitment, and it seems to impress faculty, the professors and the teachers here, to the point of getting Dean's List nominations for those types of lessons.
Oh, awesome! So yeah, I think I've only got like 3 or 4 Dean's List nominations for this term so far, so I could use another.
Good for you. That's fantastic.
Well, that's the other piece of it. Like, every assignment that I hand in, I put 100% into it. And so I say I'm stuck on this lesson in Spellcraft. I'm not stuck. I'm still thinking about it. I'm still working on it, and I want to do it right. And I know that once I have handed it in, it will be a quality assignment. I'm not doing make one spell. I'm doing the make one under each of the 3 models. That's already made up in my mind. I'm doing that. And I've discovered that some professors love giving out hundreds when you do a good job, and some professors cap out at 95. And so I already know that with this spellcraft class, Dean and Servio is going to give me a 95, provided I do it well. I'm not getting 100, and I don't even care about that. I want to make sure I do it to my standards, and that just takes time. I'm also taking shielding, sewing by hand, which I'm not going to get a robe sewn by passing of the torch. That is not going to happen, I don't think. And wintering in. So, like, all of them are, they're not, I'm not going to say hard, but they all require hands-on doing stuff, whereas all the level 1 classes I took, a lot of those were read a thing, research some stuff, and process it. Which,
yes.
you know, which is good, I need that, but I've now reached a point where I'm activity-based, and the activities don't happen overnight.
Definitely. Yes.
Well, is that being like that is what gets you the Dean's List nomination.
Indeed, indeed. Welcome back, Blue.
I'm
All right.
So I'm still trying to pick what my major is going to be. Eventually I'm going to be done with level 2 entirely.
yeah, you'll eventually get it, and then, but you probably got a little while left. Yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah, so I mean, I think credits wise, I'm at 38 credits. So I've got the credits. I finished ethics. I'm halfway through spellcraft, and I haven't even enrolled in Wizardry 200. I did that intentionally so that the only thing holding me up from graduating to level 3 isn't select a major.
What you'll notice on your class thing when you complete when you complete the credits, you'll be level 3.
Yes, I had that at level 1. I took a bunch of classes but didn't focus on the level requirements. Once I hit 24 credits, it put me at level 2. I'm like, well, that's not right. Especially because
it'll keep putting you up there. I'm level 4 and I haven't even completed Spellcraft 200. I just realized that I enrolled. I'm in it right now.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, I already talked to Provost Kingsley about this. I don't care if it allows me to take level 4 classes. If I haven't met the requirements, I'll stick with level 2. And I'm okay with that. I didn't want the only thing holding me back to be pick a color. Right now I'm looking at either cosmology, work cunning, or Department of Magical Practice. And I'm pretty confident that I would love doing any of those 3 as a major. However, there are a number of other departments that I feel I haven't explored enough to really decide against them. Like, ceremonial magic is a completely foreign concept to me, and I've taken 1 class in it, and I can only enroll in 6 classes at a time. There's no way I can get through all of them that fast. And psychic arts, divination, things I'm interested in. Something like performance magic, not something I would like to major in. However, there are classes in there I'm interested in that I haven't taken. So it's kind of a little bit of a struggle for me. I'll figure it out, though. As one of my first classes, I took Colors of Magic, and that at least provided some guidance.
Right on, right on. Ah, Greater Rainbow. Yes.
There's the Lesser Rainbow, too.
Yes.
Yeah. What is the lesser? Just take 1 class in each of the departments?
No, it's level 3 and 4 classes, whereas the Greater Rainbow is level 5 and 6 classes.
It was all the way. Is it 5 and 6?
I see.
Yeah.
Do you have to take all the level 5 and 6, or just 1 of each from each department?
Yes, the second.
Thank you.
Of every department.
I mean, there's only 16 classes. I can do that.
Yeah.
That's 1 term. That's fine.
No, not all in 1 term.
Not all in 1 term.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not that. We're getting close to the start time of the next workshop, though. So if we're ready, we can go ahead and trek back to the Assemblyum.
Yes, the lesser and greater rainbow are always options. That's and
Well,
I
wait,
have no idea.
Are they in addition to or instead of choose a major?
Well, You still have to pick one to focus on, but
Oh, okay.
as a rainbow, it means that you are doing every department.
I could see myself doing that, but it's obviously a much larger time commitment than just
Yeah.
take a major and minor.
But I found that really helped me decide on just a few that I needed to seriously think about.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I do believe each department has so you want to be a wizard.
Most of them do, but not all of them. I know cosmology does not.
Well, that could be something to point out to the Dean of Cosmology.
Oh, I've discussed with the Dean of Cosmology a whole slew of courses I'd like to see. And truth be told, if given the opportunity later down the road, I would help write them.
Right? Oh, Grey School loves that. Look at the incoming professor.
Yeah, I see there's quite a few professors that are instructors who
Or
why am I
apprentices.
sitting there? Yeah, that came from the student body of apprentices. So no, I'm trying to sit on the.
You can with these, you can just click on them when you see the chair picture.
No, I can't turn. Oh, I hate the camera and everything in here. I'm done.
Yeah, it's not the best.
Why did I ever volunteer to take pictures? And why do I think I need 30 pictures? There's probably only 2 going to fit in the article.
Because you want to make sure you have plenty of options.
No, that's absolutely correct. Like, I couldn't submit the essay and have no pictures of Provost Kingsley. Like, we need,
Right.
like you have to. So,
Yeah.
took a few with him. And, I don't know, it's just a lot.
Because you want to do the best job you can at everything you do.
Well, that's correct. I don't really believe in half-assing things. It doesn't.
Yeah.
What's the
It's
point of doing it
waste.
in that case?
Exactly.
Yeah. Understand.
Although, I was introduced to the concept of if something is worth doing, it is worth doing poorly. And well, it's not even a joke. Like, so you should brush your teeth every day, right? You should brush them for 2
Yeah.
minutes or whatever, twice a day. But you know what? If you wake up in the morning and you've got 15 seconds to brush your teeth, brushing them for 15 seconds is a lot better than not brushing them. If it's worth doing, it's worth doing poorly.
And I'm working on the concept of good enough
Sure, but
versus perfect or up to my, okay, I'm happy with
Right.
this stand.
Me, I go like days without brushing my teeth. Till my wife's like, "Oh my God, it's been so long. Your breath stinks."
Oh no!
I work customer service, so that doesn't really work.
I got a 1-year-old son and a pregnant wife, man. It's just like it's. I just don't have
What
time.
is this 15 seconds you speak
I
of?
don't even have 15
No,
seconds.
there's no judgment on my part. It's just not something I have the luxury of not doing.
Yeah, you could have you can't. As a voice of experience, getting me and a toddler and an infant ready to the house for me to make it to school on time. You can have a toothbrush in your mouth, rolling it around with your tongue, getting inside of your teeth while changing a diaper and putting others' shoes on.
Oh, that's
I
too much.
believe that, but that is
You
not
do-
something I would be capable of.
You do have to swallow the toothpaste, and you might be a tad nauseous for a
I
couple
thought you were
hours.
going to say swallow the toothbrush.
Oh, it was close a couple times. I'm not graceful with a toothbrush in your mouth. You learn the new meaning of the word fear.
Well, Prefect Mason, are we are we back? Is it what time is our next shindig at?
Some point in the future.
He came and sat with us.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, sorry, I thought I had my mic open. Yes, our start time was 3, so we're a couple minutes into our time. We got a couple of things to do. First up, we have a video by Apprentice Merquaddle. Will probably not make for the most fascinating viewing from our stream. Try to drop a link for them, um, uh, but yeah, we have a nice long 30-minute video from Merquaddle. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop that link, and let's go ahead and start watching that.
Wait, 30 minutes?
Yeah, 30 minutes.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I've been excited about this one.
So I'll just take this opportunity to thank Merquaddle. I'm, here at the Mood, and of course I'm gonna try to thank him again the next time I see him. But for now, let's go ahead and listen in.
Hello everyone. I wanted to say first off, I do apologize for not being there today. However, we are relocating to New York and we are actually on the road right now. Mason came to me and asked if I would do a story for you guys, like I've done in moods in the past. This one I think is going to be different because I'm going to actually tell you how I was able to use wizardry to relocate closer to the physical campus. The theme for this mood is fortitude, perseverance, and the element of earth. That is very Stonesian, and it definitely fits with this story of how I was able to create the synchronicities needed to relocate to New York. The what, where, and why. Well, the dream is to relocate to New York when Provost came out and said that Whitehall and Highspire was going to become the seat of the physical campus. I thought, that he may be onto something there. And having had the privilege to actually be at Highspire was definitely a dream come true. This story is taking that one step further, and what is it that a wizard needs in order to basically change his entire world, change his entire life? Well, the needs are, you need to work, you need to live, and you also have to provide for the needs of your family. So, but the wants, that's expensive. That's the stuff that we spend a lot of money on. The wants is to be closer to our Nova Scotia family. New York seems to be that little happy middle. Obviously, it'd be closer to the physical campus, and to do work that I am happy with. I'm an AV technician, and so I started looking around. Before I started looking, I started preparing, and preparation is really, really a big part of being a wizard. What is it? It's 3 parts preparation, 1 part execution. Dean at Servio told me once that you don't have to have a shotgun effect to make a synchronicity happen. You can use a sniper approach. You can be as long as you're specific and you have all your ducks in a row, or basically dominoes as I call them. You got all your archetypes, you got all your techniques and everything, then one person can do pretty amazing result. And that's what happened here. The synchronicities that needed to happen is I needed to be able to work there. I needed to have a job to go to. I needed to have a place to live when I got there, and I needed to have the funding and resources to do so. When I left my last employment, I had a pretty nice little nest egg saved in my 401k. I've been working for the company for 5 years, and so I had pretty much 80% of the funds needed to relocate. The others came in through other ventures, like I did some temporary employment as an Amazon driver. I got some friends actually gave us money, which was not expected, but like I told her, I ain't gonna give up money. But those synchronicities pulled in. So once you set yourself ready, then your mind starts noticing these opportunities to make the synchronicities fall into place. And it's like the domino path. Worst case scenario is the domino falls wrong and it breaks your path. Or you have an opportunity to reset a domino so that it falls in a straighter path. And that's basically what happened here. So the first step was a self-alignment. I did this through meditation. I utilized the psychological model to create the vision of what I wanted to do, and kind of a rough idea of how I'd like to see that happen. And so I created that visualization in my head, and this is the psychological model. Once I had that visualization, there is a technique called vagus nerve actualization, and what you do is you put your fingers right here under the ear and right behind the jaw. You'll feel a vibration when you talk, and that vibration is the vagus nerve. This is the closest place to the skin the vagus nerve runs. And what the vagus nerve does is it links all of your organs. All 7 organs are connected through this nerve. This is one of the nerves that operates your autonomic nervous system. Now, in mystical traditions, this is also the Kundalini. The vagus nerve is connected to each organ, which is connected to each chakra. And so what you do to activate this, now we're getting a spiritual model, because now we're going to activate chakras and pull in energy. What you do is you focus on your visualization, then start humming, like while focusing on the visualization, you start humming. You're going to get a resonance. When you get a resonance, you're going to feel it in your teeth, you'll feel it in your jaw, you'll feel it in your nose, in your sinuses, and your whole head will feel like it's vibrating, and that's resonance. So now you're resonating this visualization. What it does is it takes the resonance, and now we're dealing with resonance model. We take that vibration and that resonance, and we're taking it down through all of the chakras. We take it down to the base and then back up to the heart. There's a reason for that. Having the visualization and taking it down through the resonance. When you get to the chakra, each chakra has its own color. You get, you have your vibration going. Energy is going to start pulling in, because the energy that vibrates at the same resonance as the hum or the resonance of your vision is going to resonate with you, and it's going to attract, like attracts like. So that'll go through all the chakras, and you'll do that all the way down and then all the way up. When you get to the center, to your core, the heart chakra, right above the solar plexus chakra, you're going to, this is the green chakra, and you're going to, this is where we start getting into that fortitude and that perseverance. By tuning out anything that is not part of this resonance and is not resonating with this, it'll filter itself out and basically just vibrate away. So what we do is, once we've activated the chakras through the vagus nerve stimulation, and we have our visualization, you then move the visualization down to the from your head to the heart chakra. What this is doing is, again, this is, now we're back to the psychological. So psychologically, we are moving the visualization from the head down through the vagus nerve into the heart chakra. And we've already pulled energy from all the other dimensions, all the other chakras. And now we're starting to build this kind of a ball. And what this ball is this is the ball of action. So we go through the visualization, that's our element of air. We go through the emotion, that's the activating the chakras, and we pulling in that energy. Amassing the energy in one spot, we start minimizing and making it more dense, minimizing its volume, making it dense, and this is done through visualization. It can, to some people, it can be felt. To others, a visualization is just fine enough, because ultimately, what you're actually doing is you're setting yourself up for these opportunities, and it's kind of like a self-alignment. You're realigning yourself to make these synchronicities more susceptible to you, that you are more susceptible to these synchronicities happening in your life. And that's what I did. So once I had my ball and I was giving it energy, feeding it the visualization, giving it its intention, once that's done, you'll notice, because no longer do you hear the hum, no longer do you hear the resonance. It starts pulsing, and it's just like there's no vibrations anymore. It's just this whoom, whoom, whoom. It's just all energy, and your muscles start tensing up. This becomes, now we're starting to manifest, where it becomes a physical manifestation of your intention, of your visualization. And for me, it was the relocation to New York, to actively pursue and to live happily in closer to the physical campus. So what happened then is, once I've got that I call critical mass. Critical mass is when you don't hear anything anymore. There's no pulse, there's no vibration. It just is. And you can see it as a white light, you can see it as a green, a green orb, you can see it however you see it. It's at that bridge between the things that you can perceive and the things you cannot perceive. And so you're right at that edge, and that's the edge of manifestation. Once I was there, then through the heart chakra is the dimension that is the closest to the physical world, the three-dimensional world that we interact in. So what this does is you release it. You release it very quickly, very forcefully, and you just get that out into the environment. This is not a shotgun. This is actually taking the synchronicity waves and turning them into particles. And so this is the quantum physics level now, when we're actually making particles from waves. From the vibration waves, we are now making the particles. And these particles, these synchronicity particles, go out into the environment. And let's see, I did that about 2 years ago. I did that. What happened as a result, so that was everything I did to prepare. The things that I needed and the things that I wanted required specific resources. So having this new visualization in my mind, the perseverance comes in. And this is the fortitude of making the visualization and making the synchronicity happen takes a lot of fortitude, takes a lot of physical strength. But once you get to the point that you've released it, now comes the perseverance. Choices start changing. Do we want to go out and eat, or do we want to just go get something and make it home? Do we want to go to this higher end restaurant, or is Carl's Jr. good enough for what we're looking for? Coupons. We started looking into coupons. So every little bit that we could save, we started to save. Work. I was getting a little more experienced in my job, so I received a couple of raises, so that raise money became part of our savings as well. So all these things got together, and then over the 5 years of the 401k and the savings plans, it came up that we actually had the resources to do so. So everything started going. We were like, we were looking at Albany. I started looking at jobs in the area. That was about a year ago I started looking. About 6 months ago, I found this company, which is a half hour away from physical campus, and right in the middle of Arthur's commute to work. So I mean, this was a real serendipitous notion, because what happened was a very small AV company was looking for someone with specific skills that I actually have. And so we started talking back and forth, and I was like, yeah, I kind of want to be in the Albany area where we're metro people. We like the city. And we were talking about it, my wife and I. We really don't do a lot. We're gamers. She's introverted. I'm me. So we realized that we didn't need the city. We needed a place where we can be safe, a place where we could be social, and a place where we could say, yeah, this is it. I continue talking. I did some interviews with the company. I kind of backed away from them and said, really want that. But then we realized, no, we really didn't need that. So this last August, I came back to the AV company and said, hey, are you still looking for that guy? And they said, well, it happens. Yes, we are. And now we're starting to see those particles coming back. So we see that my self alignment changed from being a metro city person to being a little more rural, a little more quiet, slower paced. A small AV company, so a very flat organization, not the corporations that I'm used to working in. So it was quite different. And the owner of the company, amazing man. We sat, we talked, we did our interviews over Skype. Microsoft Teams now. What happens is, it comes to find out that not only did I have everything they were looking for, I also had the mentality they were looking for. I wasn't going to use them as a stepping stone to something greater. I was going to use them as a way to ensure retirement. So I'm stepping back away from the ambitions of my fire nature, and I'm going more towards Mother Earth, the home and the hearth. Starting to notice more of the solidity, the firmitas, the integritas. On noticing the integritas, the integrity of this man was so much that not only did I impress him in his number two, he's like, well, we can't seal the deal. And I was like, oh? And I thought, well, there it goes, gone. He's like, no, I'm a relationship man. I gotta shake your hand. I gotta see you. And I want to pay for you to come out. Well, actually, he wanted to pay for me and my wife to come out for a weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and meet him, meet his wife, meet the company, meet the people. And I did that 2 weeks ago on the 19th. That was, let me see here, that was the weekend I went up to High Spire, because I had that Sunday off, so that was the weekend of the 14th. So I was up there the 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th. And I went to High Spire on the 16th and had that, in the forums I made that mention of that experience. So now that my self-alignment and everything is coming in, he pays for me to go out there, talk with him and everything. I come back home. A day and a half later, he calls me and says, Rick, I'm going to make you an offer, but I need to talk with the tax man, make sure it's okay. And I'm like, yeah. And so on the 21st, on the 20th, he sent me an offer that was $3 more an hour than what I make now after my raises. And he was going to reimburse me $3,000 of the moving costs. Needless to say, I signed that in a New York Minute. And I'm on the road right now, moving from Portland, Oregon to Glen Falls, New York. We have a company that was able to come and do the move for us, take our stuff and transport it cheaper than if I got a U-Haul. A lot of things are now coming to fruition. They're coming to manifestation. Fortitude, perseverance, and Mother Earth. That is what it's all about to be a stone. Stress comes with that. Just FYI. No one's stress is better than a stone. But we hide it. My wife, on the other hand, she's Pisces. It's out on her sleeve. It's in her face. Yeah, I get it. It's been stressful. But every time we stress, within a day, that stress gets relieved because we have a place to live. That got approved today. I have a job. I actually start work. We will arrive on the 4th of November, and I will start work on the 7th of November. Doing the work that I love. For a stone, you don't get any better than that. I have fulfilled my dream. I have leveraged everything that I have learned being a wizard in all of our departments. Lore, setting up the synchronicities from wizardry, tapping into the energies from psychic arts, being able to create a systematic approach from our ceremonial magic, and being able, through our life ways, to tap into those pools of radiance, those pools of spiritual energy, that, and also part of alchemy, I guess, would be in there as well, that makes it happen. And the way it makes it happen is by infusing your intention with the quantum physics that exists. This is what makes us different. We, as Provost has taught me so well, we do not teach by metaphor. We teach by fact. And the fact is, when we take our intention from the psychological model and we take it into the resonance model and infuse it with the spiritual model, we can do some really, really powerful stuff. And we can change lives. My friends, you have power. You have a lot of power. And I can't think of anything that celebrates stones better than being able to provide for my family, to do the work that I love, and to be able to give back to my community, which is Gray School, physically as well as online. My magnum opus is complete. I thank you.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
that was fantastic. Thank you.
It was all I could do to wait.
I know, right? But no. Oh gosh, oh, that was worth every minute. That was wonderful.
Great.
Thank you, Apprentice McQuaddle.
And safe journeys.
Yeah, and
They're on the road right now.
on the road again. Oh dear. Yeah. No, that's. Oh, gosh. You know, that's the thing. A lot of stories, especially the ones we've heard of the mood I'm used to, are very steeped in metaphor and very. They're very stories. They're very storyteller. And
Yeah.
this one was a little bit more intimate, a little bit more personal, a little bit more, individualized. But he still told it like a real storyteller that I know he is. And Merquato is just so good at this. I'm always very impressed with his skill and craft as a storyteller and his sincerity. And I concur. Nothing better.
I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to watch this a couple of times because there's a lot of information in there.
Yeah. Yeah, he can't. I mean, you could try, but yeah, you'd be wrong.
Right.
Yeah, you would have egg on your face.
I've sat there and have known some of the stuff he's been struggling with and working with and learning, and to see it all come together like this, beautiful. Goosebumps, hair on my arms standing on end. I'm just really happy for him. It's awesome, and a lot of that growth came from grade school.
That is, yeah. This information explains what he is. Yeah, absolutely. That's the
I
thing.
understood everything he went over, and it's like, it doesn't matter what you take at grade school, you're going to use it.
Yeah, it's not what you learn, it's how you use it, and you start picking things up and applying it, and you'll be surprised and you'll be impressed. There's a lot of wonderful stuff.
And apparently the whole fortitude is also a part of blending the wizardly path in your regular life and figuring out how those links work.
Yeah, I gave only a little bit of direction in terms of the people I sought out. I told them sort of like a little bit about our theming and what we were doing, but I felt just like with Merquaddle and with Apprentice next after this, we're really on a very similar wavelength, and it's so cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and share what Sella has shared with us today. But this is going to be a link to a forum post, because there's also some accompanying pictures. But this one is purely audio. There isn't a video. But this one's a bit shorter, running at about 7 minutes. So, but yeah, and she shared a tarot spread and how she uses it. So. I hope you all check that out. I hope you enjoy that. And again, I apologize to anyone watching the stream. This is obviously not incredible content, but share the links with them as much as you can. And yeah, I'll see you guys on the other side.
Zoom in on the fire pit. Do some fire gazing.
Hello, Stones. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you today. Hanging out at the Stones Lodge sounds like a spectacular way to spend a Saturday. As it is, I am out of town this weekend, but I did want to contribute to this very special celebration, so I'm going to share an essay I recently wrote for Wizardry 200. The assignment was to go through my Wizard's Journal and pick out an experience I thought could be a shareable lesson. As it happens, this particular lesson has been popping up for me quite a bit recently through random synchronicities, so I thought of it immediately when I read the assignment. Finding it again in my journal told me I was on the right track. And interestingly, this particular lesson is about nurturing the foundation that is your physical self. And how Stonesian is that? So here we go. As wizards, we're very good at being in our own heads. It just goes with the territory, I think. We ponder and we postulate, we observe and reflect, we imagine beautiful works of magic, and to bring them to life, we study and research and experiment, documenting our progress along the way. In fact, it's impossible not to be in our heads, at least for a good portion of the time, because that's where all that fantastic magic comes together. But as extraordinary as the mind might be, it's important to remember the physical aspect of our existence too. The body, the breath, even our surroundings have a deep and lasting influence on our ability to connect to and work with the many energies of the universe. This is, after all, where the magic happens. You can't have magic without the mundane world, and your body is the anchor that allows you to play in this realm. It is what allows us to experience the wonders of nature, the feeling of the soft, lush grass beneath your bare feet, for example, or the intoxicating scent of fresh herbs picked from your garden. It is how we are able to interact with the cosmos, and it is intrinsically connected to all the energies and elements within. The first time I caught a glimpse of this revelation, I was knee-deep in my Core Energy 102 class, trying desperately to meditate and failing miserably at it. It's not that I couldn't meditate. I actually love the guided versions, as well as meditations with an active element. Walking, dancing, gardening, yoga, I do those all the time and enjoy them immensely. What I struggled with was the quiet your mind and focus on your breath variety. A few minutes in, and my mind had wandered away. Grocery lists, a book I'm reading, a paper I'm working on, you get the idea. My mind chattered incessantly, juggling 90 random things until I became hopelessly distracted and vowed to try again later. I assumed that this obstacle was connected to my ability, or lack thereof, to master my mind, and to be fair, that's partially true, but it wasn't the whole epiphany. My inability to focus on my breath stemmed from the fact that I didn't have much of a connection with it to start with. In fact, it was a little uncomfortable to just sit and be in the moment. It felt kind of awkward and, truth be told, kind of silly, especially when I had so many other things, other important things, that I could be doing with that time. Grounding and centering, I got. Listening to my breath, not so much. The next time I encountered this lesson was during a yoga session. Although I've been doing yoga for years, my focus has always been on the poses themselves. As I stretch into plank or pigeon, my mind is able to wander as it pleases, shuffling through all of the input of the day and weeding out what I no longer need. It relaxes me, it helps me stay limber, and I find it's a good way to unwind after a stressful day. What I didn't know was that those poses can do much more than just warm up the muscles. Those poses can be a catalyst for releasing trauma and suppressed emotions. There's apparently quite a bit of science to explain the why, but essentially, with your mind focused on the movements and positioning of the asanas, your subconscious has time to work through some of those deeper issues you've been trying to ignore. There's also a good amount of research to suggest that we actually store our emotions in the body, and by releasing emotions, you can help heal physical pain and illness. Amazing, right? I had never had that kind of emotional breakthrough before, but there I was, not too long after a medical diagnosis I hadn't quite come to terms with, trying to find my balance in crow pose, and suddenly felt a wave of anger rise up and release. It was there, and then it was gone, just like that. I immediately felt lighter and brighter, and while I won't say that yoga cured me, I do think it helped me release some of the things that would have hindered my recovery. And if a little yoga can do that, imagine what a regular regimen of engaging with the body could do. This idea of learning to be fully present in the physical world isn't anything new. Hoodoo practitioners have long understood the importance of our physical presence, for example, seeing it as a necessity to working with the supernatural world. I found this to be a common thread in my research on the origins of hoodoo, despite the wide range of influences that shaped the practices of individual conjurers and root workers. I also believe it is the reason those practitioners can move between these worlds so seamlessly. Likewise, many pagan traditions adhere to similar beliefs, using the three souls system, for example, lower self, middle self, and higher self, to explain the complexity of mind, body, and soul. Here we employ movement and the physical act of working with correspondences and tools to engage the body, your lower self, to the working or ritual in progress. Many practitioners believe it enhances the magic, and that has been my experience as well. In fact, the deeper the physical connection, the more intense the ritual or working seem to be. And it's here, I think, this idea comes full circle. We spend so much time and effort trying to manifest something out there, be it money or love or happiness and success, when really the manifestation has to begin in here. If you want to change your world, you start by changing it from within. I think that's the secret of the great work. Connect with nature and the land where you live. Learn how to meditate and how to work with your breath. Take time to rest and restore. Eat clean foods, stretch and move, sing and dance and laugh out loud. Tend to the body with the same care you'd give a loved one. Learn how to be comfortable in your own skin. Give yourself the ability to feel strong and able and grounded. Increase your confidence by expanding your sense of self and create your space to be conducive to the harmony you feel inside. Allow your physical world to mirror the magic you want to create. Manifest yourself first. Only then are you truly equipped to interact with the supernatural world around you. As above, so below. As within, so without. I hope you enjoyed this shareable lesson. I have created a tarot spread that I sent to Mason that kind of relates to this, so I hope you enjoy that as well. Blessed be everybody. Have a fantastic moot, and go Stones.
Yeah, there was a lot more to this one than I had realized. I really like the let's call it a dialogue between the physical and the spiritual or the mental, and I definitely relate to her as a stone. I'm always been quite fond of moving meditations, but I've always struggled with the sort of focus on the breath of kind of stuff. My
you're
monkey
trying
mind.
to meditate and they keep talking.
Yes, the monkey mind is powerful and agitated.
Yeah, that was very good. I like. I've saved all the links so I can go back through them again another day.
Yes, and if you were just listening in, don't forget to go back to the original post in which I shared that, because the tarot spread is posted on there. So keep that for yourself. Maybe save the photo on your desktop so you can go back on a whim, whenever you want to. But yeah, there's a lot of great content there. There's a lot to consider. I really like it a lot, and it's between everything that's been shared today, I definitely have a lot to consider and revisit. Does anyone else have any thoughts on the work shared?
It's a lot of hard work that's put in by both of them. It's just, wow.
Yeah, stones are pretty impressive, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh man, good work, guys. Good work.
They represented well.
Yes. Now, if I'm not mistaken, and I very well may be, but if I'm not mistaken, I believe our captain had something to share. Is that right?
I had found a story about stones that I would be willing to share. Be happy to. I love sharing stories. So yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I love sharing stories. I love listening to stories.
Well, fantastic. This one is written, or this one is by Rebecca Shear. I don't know if she wrote it. Actually, I don't. She didn't write it. She got it from the Seneca people out of New York State, which is where Apprentice Merquaddle is moving to. And I'm definitely looking forward to trying to sweat with him while he's now that he's going to be over here. The site for this, I found this story through the Circle Round. It's circleround.com. It is www.wbur.org. Circle Round 2019. It is called Grandfather Stone. And Rebecca Shear, Sheir, is the one who shared it. And we start off with a narrator who once upon a time is the narrator's telling a story of once upon a time there was no, air quotes, once upon a time. Because the people had no stories to tell. They didn't even know what a story was. And that made for some very long, drawn-out winters when the snow fell hard and deep and everybody was cooped up inside, with little to pass the time. In one village, a boy lived with his grandmother, and every winter the boy counted the days until spring, when he could take his spear and catch fish in the river. By the time the sun set each evening, the boy's basket was always overflowing with plump, glistening bass and trout. One year, on the first day of spring, when the blankets of snow melted away and colorful flowers sprang from the earth, the boy ran to the river. He waded into the water, his spear poised above his shoulder. And the boy says, "I see you, little fish. Right there, little fish." And the narrator, but every time he plunged his spear into the crystal clear river, the boy would say, "Ah!" And the narrator, the slippery fish would zigzag away. "Oh!" And disappear downstream. "Oh!" By the time the sun went down, the boy's basket had only 2 fish in it. "Oh no! I've never caught so few fish before. Grandmother's depending on me for dinner. This is going to be one meager meal." Reluctant to face his grandmother, the boy decided to meander home, a different way. He entered a dark forest and took a left turn where he usually turned right. Soon he approached a shadowy clearing. As he stepped inside, he heard a deep, rumbling voice call out, "Young man, would you like to hear a story?" And the boy whipped his head about this way and that. All he could spot in the dusky clearing was a ring of trees and bushes with a large, smooth stone standing majestically in the middle. "Who's there? Who said that? And what is a story?" Again, the deep, rumbling voice piped up. "A story tells about the things that happened before this time. It tells how things came to be, and why things came to be. So I ask you again, would you like to hear a story?" Remember, the boy was in no hurry to go back home, afraid of his grandmother. And besides, he was also curious. "Yes, please. I would love to hear a story. Thank you, but first, who are you, and where are you? I don't see anyone here." Just then the moon broke through the clouds. A gleaming white ray passed through the trees and lit up the stone in the middle of the clearing. Suddenly the boy realized where the voice was coming from. It was coming from the stone. "I am Grandfather Stone. I have been here since time began, so I have many stories to tell. But first, storytellers should always receive something for their stories. A gift, in exchange for their gift. Have you something to give me? All the boy had with him were the 2 fish he'd caught that day. He reached into his basket, pulled out the larger fish, and he placed it on top of the stone. Will this trout do? It will do, thank you. Now come, sit. I will tell you a story. A legend about the world that was. The boy settled down on the ground, and he leaned back against the cool, smooth stone. He closed his eyes as the stone began the story. He told of a time when people made their home in the sky. They were known as the Sky People. A great tree grew in their heavenly realm. But one day it was torn out by its roots. A woman tumbled through the hole it left behind, and she plummeted to the world below, toward this world. Only back then this world was covered with water, and the animals who lived in this world could speak. So the creatures decided they would save the woman who was falling from the sky. They used soil and dirt from the depths of the water to create a soft place for her to land, what we now know as Earth. The boy hung on to Grandfather Stone's every word. When the tale was over, he yearned for more. That was the most amazing thing I've ever heard. I would ask you to tell another, but I have just 1 fish left, and Grandmother and I need to eat. That's all right, young man. It's getting late, and you should be heading home. Come back tomorrow, and I will tell you another story. Thank you, Grandfather Stone. When the boy arrived at his house, his grandmother was wringing her hands with worry. My child, I was expecting you hours ago. Where have you been? The boy wasn't sure what to do. Should he tell his grandmother about Grandfather Stone and his stories? Or would she think he was talking nonsense? He knew he had to do something. The question was what? What would you do if you were the boy? Well, we'll find out what happens after a quick break. Let my voice calm down a second there. So, today's story, this is Grandfather Stone. And when we left off, a boy had spent the evening listening to a story told by Grandfather Stone. Before the tale, the boy had given the stone a gift, in this case, one of the 2 fish he'd caught. Now remember, this was in a time before people knew what stories were, so when the boy got home late, with only 1 fish, he wasn't sure what to tell his grandmother. I'm sorry, Grandmother. You see, I spent all day fishing, but I only managed to catch 2 fish. I was afraid to show you, so I took a long way home and... Wait a minute, said Grandmother. Grandmother's eyes flashed toward the boy's basket. You only managed to catch 2 fish, you say? Then why is there just 1 fish in your basket? And the boy groped for words. Oh, right, well, you know, Grandma, The grandmother sighed. All right, I can cook up some cornbread to help fill our bellies, but promise me, child, tomorrow you'll go back to the river and catch more than 1 fish. Yes? And the young boy, Yes, Grandmother, of course I will. That evening, when the boy went to sleep, in his bed, his heart and mind, they went somewhere else. They were back in the dusky clearing where Grandfather Stone waited with more stories. In the morning, the boy grabbed his basket and spear, and he walked to the river. But by the time the sun was setting, guess what? He'd only got 2 fish again. And he considered going straight home, but now he was even more afraid of disappointing his grandmother. He was also very eager to hear another story. Before he knew it, his feet whisked him back to that clearing in the forest. Young man, bellowed the stone, I was hoping you'd return. Would you like to hear another story? And the boy replied, Yes, please, Grandfather Stone. So the boy, again, grabbed one of the fish from his basket, and he laid it on top of the stone. "Thank you. Now I will tell you a story." Again the boy relaxed on the ground, his eyes closed, his head resting against the stone's cool, smooth surface. The stone told a story about how long ago, when animals could talk, the proudest and most boastful creature was Bear. The burly beast was always bragging about his most prized possession, a long, glossy, furry tail. One winter, clever Fox decided he'd teach cocky Bear a lesson. Fox told Bear that if he stuck his tail through the ice of the river, the next day he would catch a bounty of fish. Well, come morning, guess whose tail was frozen beneath the ice? Bear tried to yank it out, but it stayed behind in the ice, and ever since then bears have had short tails. By the time the story ended, the boy was grinning from ear to ear. "Oh, Grandfather Stone, these stories are extraordinary. I wish you could tell me more, but I only have one fish left again." "Not to worry, young man. Come back tomorrow and I will tell you another story." "Thank you, Grandfather Stone." So again, when the boy got home, it was very late. As he walked through the door, he found Grandmother slicing a loaf of freshly baked cornbread, and he noticed she had tears in her eyes. "Oh, Grandmother, are you crying? I'm sorry I worried you. I didn't mean to." The grandmother gazed at her grandson. Then she gazed at his basket. And quietly she said, "Wait, you only caught one fish? Again?" The boy reached over and brushed a tear from Grandmother's crinkly cheek. He took a deep breath, summoning his courage. "Well, actually, Grandmother, the truth is I caught 2 fish, but I exchanged one for a gift." The grandmother arched her eyebrows. "What kind of gift? Can I see it?" The boy, "Well, this one's more of a gift that you can hear." So the boy asked his grandmother to take a basket and fill it with slices of fresh cornbread. And with the basket of cornbread slung over one arm, the boy led his grandmother to the clearing in the forest. In the middle stood Grandfather Stone, his smooth, cool surface dappled by moonlight through the trees. "Young man, you're back already? And you've brought a companion, too." "Welcome," said the stone to Grandmother. Grandmother was so surprised to hear a stone speak she could barely speak herself. Surprised and confused and curious and flustered, she said to the stone, thank you." "Well, now that you're here, would you like to hear a story?" The boy, "Yes, please, Grandfather Stone, in fact." And Grandmother watched in horror as the boy emptied the basket of cornbread onto the stone. The boy said to the stone, "We would like to hear many stories." "Well, thank you. Now I will tell you some stories." The boy helped Grandmother ease down to the ground. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder and gave a loving squeeze as Grandfather Stone began. The stone told stories about clever animals and foolish people, stories about foolish animals and clever people, stories about how chipmunks got their stripes, how porcupines got their quills, and how we got the 4 seasons. Hours went by. Morning came, the rays of the moon gave way to the rays of the sun, and the boy and Grandmother were wide awake, wrapped up in Grandfather Stone's tales. At last, the stone paused. "You have heard about the things that have happened before this time, how things came to be and why things came to be. But from here on out, stories won't be kept inside smooth, cold stones like me. They'll be carried by warm-blooded people like you. Pass these stories on to your children and your grandchildren. Then have them pass these stories on to their children and grandchildren. Keep these stories going for as long as the world keeps going. Now, my friends, it's your turn." Then the stone fell silent, never to speak again. The boy and his grandmother heeded the stone's final words. They returned to their village and recounted the stories they had heard, sharing them with everyone, young and old, again and again and again. To show their thanks, the villagers offered gifts of food and clothing. But the way the boy and grandmother saw it, being able to pass Grandfather Stone's magnificent stories on to others was gift enough. And when the spring turned to summer, and the summer turned to fall, and the fall turned to winter, and the temperatures and the snow began to drop, no one worried about suffering through a long, drawn-out season. They had their stories to entertain them and keep them warm. And today, the whole world does too. So that is the story of Grandfather Stone from the Seneca people, as told by Rebecca Shear.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Thank you for letting me share that tonight, Prefect Mason, at your celebration.
Oh, I appreciate that. That one. That I think I'd say that story really speaks to me. I like that one. Well. So, did everyone have fun today?
Yeah.
Yes. Had fun, learned, connected each other. Perfect move. Well done, Prefect Mason Cunningham.
Well, thank you very much.
Creatures, hip hip hooray!
Hip,
Hip hip
Up two, up
hooray! Hip hip hooray!
Hooray!
Thank you.
Well, if we are done, I am going to stop the recording and the streaming.
Yes.